See, and it is good. Jake Bates throwing right side, and it's going to be intercepted. Return past the 15, past the 20, out past the 30. Has space down the sideline. 40, 35, 30. And he is gone. A pick six for Houston. Snap good, hold good, kick up. And it is straight down the middle. Looking to throw, rolls out right. Throws end zone. Touchdown San Antonio. Cody Latimer alone in the end zone. They take a 1-point lead with 3 seconds left. 52-yarder, left hash for the win. Snap good, hold good, kick up, and it's drilled. Miami escapes week 1 with the win. Jason Sanders is looking to throw. Pass right side, wide open. Touchdown Drake London. Touchdown Drake London. Atlanta has tied this game and are an extra point away from taking the lead. Needing the 12-yard line. Handoff, Robinson left side. And going to be stuffed. A loss of 4, maybe 5 on the play. And with 50 seconds to go, the Chiefs have the ball. And most likely that does it. Ball on the 17.5-yard line. Looking to throw. Stepping up, throwing for the end zone. And caught. Touchdown Green Bay. Dontavian Wicks. 56 seconds to play. The Packers are within 3. 6:17 to play in overtime. Tua shotgun. Back to his left. 3 receivers to the right. Bunched up. Tua to throw. Has time. Plenty of time. Pass. End zone left side. Jonnu Smith. Touchdown Miami. They're gonna win. Let's go, baby. Here, back behind him. 3 receiving options to the left. Gonna send Smith in motion. Toss left side for Saquon Barkley. Good blocking and room to run. Pass midfield. Spinning his way. Pass to 35 to 30. 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. And the Eagles respond instantly. Saquon Barkley. Oh my. Making his presence felt. 1 play. 60 yards. 3rd and 9 from the 35. Mahomes looking to throw. Quick pass left side. Caught by Piron. Has room to run. First down and more. Down to about the 17. And he stays in bounds. That will do it. The Kansas City Chiefs have escaped the Bills and have punched their ticket.
Okay, cool. The camera ain't working. Give me a sec. What? See on.
All right. Hello.
Absolute fantastic start to this. What the? Why the? Yeah, I guess it did. I don't know what the fuck's going on with it. Hold on. There we go. That was weird. But hello. No idea what that was about. But we're here just in time. Yeah, we're going to be doing both games most likely back to back. Similarly, we do most of the, only 3 hours in between games stuff. Which means if, for anyone watching after the fact, if you're more so interested in my XFL Conference Championship reaction, go to about the 3:15 mark. That's roughly when it will start. But first off, we have the USFL Conference Championship. The Panthers and the Stallions. Bryce Perkins is back after a few weeks off to get rested and make sure he's fully healthy for this game. Stallions looking to do what is kind of the impossible for them in recent years, which is finally beat the Stallions. Meanwhile, the Stallions are looking to go for a four-peat. This should be great. Yeah, St. Louis got the night game. I mean, it makes sense. I do feel like this should have happened yesterday, and having the championship games and playoff games on a Saturday makes more sense to me. Especially for a league like this where there's only 2 games. Maybe not have both, but you have one yesterday. Again, I feel like it would have made a little bit more sense. They would have had no competition as well yesterday because the NBA and NHL both took yesterday off. But we're here today. Not back on there. Yeah, this should still be a fantastic game. Both of the ones today should be fantastic. We're standing for the first bit. But yeah. Yeah, tonight is game 2 as well of the NBA finals. And bro, so far 3 games across both NHL and NBA finals. It has been a fantastic finals for both sports. We'll see how tonight goes. And also we'll see how these games goes. It's playoff weekend. Yeah, Case Cookis is inactive as Jamar Smith's getting the start. Matt Corral is back in the lineup as the backup. Which interesting, he's good to go. So was not expecting Matt Corral to be back though by this point. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's a weird time. I mean, what this upcoming week? I think tomorrow it begins a lot of mini camps and OTAs in the NFL. I mean, since the last time I was live, we did have the announcement of Aaron Rodgers is signing with the Steelers, which is going to be a whole mess of a situation. The Panthers going to be without Kenai Lovely. So they're getting a little banged up on that secondary. Still got some good pieces, though, so it's going to be a very interesting game. Last time these 2 teams played, it came down to the final seconds. And ball inside the 5 for the Panthers. Couldn't get the job done. We'll see how this goes. And yeah, Protective Stadium's looking... It's still obviously like people just getting to their seats and everything, but it looks nice. I was keeping up with the reported ticket sales throughout the week. I think we're getting close to about 10,000 in the stands today, which would be really nice for the Stallions to get. Yeah, I mean, it's also a playoff game, so I'm not surprised that it's going to be relatively high. But again, at the same time, like, they sold really well, it seems, for this game, which is really nice. Also, TV ratings. TV ratings are going to be through the roof on this game on ABC, which is already a typically really good channel for the UFL. Plus, it's the Stallions who do a great job as well with TV ratings. So we'll see. The Panthers are set to get the ball first in this one. So we wait for kickoff. Yeah, I saw that Coastal Carolina is heading to Omaha, and I love that. I think the only team that's clinched a spot so far. As kickoff for the USFL Conference Championship is underway, going to be returned beginning from inside the 10 near the 5. Trying to find some room down the left side, past the 30, past the 35, down to about the 35. So we'll start from there. Bryce Perkins, MVP candidate for the Michigan Panthers. We'll see what he has in him today. Again, trying to just knock off the Stallions for the first time. Super Bowl champion with the Rams a few years back. Again, been having an all-around fantastic season. We'll see if he can continue it today. Perkins and shotgun back to his left. 2 receivers reach side, get motion back out wide to the right. As Perkins going to quick throw right side to Toa. Has some room, and that's a gain of 5. Over UNC. Which Wildcat? That's not Kansas State, is it? You asked how many, or is it Yeah, you guys, how many schools have the Wildcats as the team name? Yeah, gotta be a little more specific than that. Perkins and shotgun back to his left. Two receiving options to each side. Ball on the 40. As Perkins is going to hand this one off up the middle for Tawa, who's going to gain about a yard, maybe two. Also, ABC is switching up the score bug that they got going on for the UFL today. It's still have like the white surrounding like the team name and the logo and whatnot, but for the most part, it has more it's a more black and white aesthetic, which is nice. Fits with the UFL's color scheme a bit more, which I do hate that in the first place, but whatever. Perkins in shotgun, 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left on 3rd and 3. Open and drive for the game. Perkins looking to throw. Stallions send forward. Pressure coming. Pass left side is caught. Will depend on the spot. It's Malik Turner, and I think he's just short. I think that spot will have him a yard shy. Perkins wants to go for it. But I think they're going to send out the punting unit. Yeah, it's the best option there from when he threw it. Did he turn up field enough? No. Yep, so 3 and out on the opening drive for the Panthers. And they're going to send this one down. Seth Vernon on the field. Punt comes off clean. Amari Rogers back to return. Going to bounce and going to pick it up near the 12 and get down to the 15. Yeah, it wasn't the cleanest of catches. It still was a catch. I think maybe if he gets possession instantly and is able to turn his body up, he might have been able to get it. But due to the bobbling, things didn't work out that great. But that's still a route you want the receiver to run to the sticks instead of running it the yard shy that he did. So just get that route a bit deeper and it would have been just fine either way. Smith and shotgun back to each side, going to play action, look to throw. Smith with time, deep, left side, going to be incomplete, overthrown, but a penalty marker down, looking for Dion Kane. And didn't get DJ Miller here for a defensive pass interference. Oh, is there 2 penalties on this? One was in the secondary, one's at the line of scrimmage, I think. But yeah, we're gonna have offsetting penalties. Okay. So it's still first down from the 15. They're calling an illegal man downfield on the Stallions and a DPI on the Panthers. Now Smith in shotgun back to his left. Gonna motion it back out wide to the right as he looks to throw. Quick pass right side is incomplete. Looking for Ricky Person on that halfback motion screen. He threw it too far up the field. It's a 2nd and 10 coming up. And the broadcasters pointed out on the depth chart that we get, Adonis Alexander is listed as one of the 2 starting corners for the Panthers. He is actually out for this game. So the Panthers are without 2 very key secondary players now. Smith in shotgun back to his right, 3 receivers to the right as well. Going to hand this off left side for Person. Has some room and good blocking, hurdling his way for the first down, but a penalty marker is down. Would it be a gain of about 12, maybe 13? We'll see what the penalty is, though. This may be coming back. Thrown into the secondary. Yep, holding on the Stallions. A lot of penalties flying on this opening drive for the Stallions. Calling in on Dion Kane. Yeah, flags are flying early in this one. I mean, none were flown on the Panthers opening drive, but the Stallions here. I mean, that's 2 mistakes now in 3 plays that have cost them because you got the DPI on the opening play, but you had an illegal man downfield. You then got a very much needed first down carry out of Ricky Person, brought back due to holding. So we'll see a 2nd and 16 now. Ball on about the 9-yard line. Smith in shotgun, 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left, looking to throw. Pressure coming. Smith pass left side is caught. Gonna get those yardages right back basically from the holding call. Deon Cain on the reception. It's gonna be a 3rd and 10.5-ish. Why do I feel like that was not a correct concept they run there? Would they really run double slants on 2nd and 16? At 3rd and a long 10, 3rd and 11. Smith in shotgun looking to throw. Pass left side going to be caught by Deon Cain for the first down. A gain of 14 up to close to, I want to say that's the 29-yard line. And it's 1st and 10 with 11 minutes to play. Yeah, that is true. Skip Holtz is one of those type of coaches where you never know. That's a great route by Deon Cain. Got DJ Miller touching dirt. So Smith in shotgun back to his right. 3 receivers to the right as well. 1st and 10 from near the 30. Gonna keep it himself up the middle on a read option. Gonna stumble his way to pick up about 4. 10.5 to play now in the first. It's a 2nd and 5. They're ruling it. Smith in shotgun back to his left. 2 receivers to each side. And going to hand this off left side for Davion Davis. That's read well. And going to lose about a yard. The jet sweep goes nowhere thanks to Noah Dawkins, the first Panther to meet him in the backfield. 3rd and 6 coming up. Yeah, there's not really a spot for him to cut up there. The Panthers played that well. You would like to set the edge a bit better near the line of scrimmage. Right, 3rd and 6, 9.5 to play. Smith alone in shotgun, 3 to the right, 2 to the left. Gonna look to throw, pressure coming. Smith pass deep left side and incomplete off the fingertips of Ricky Person. Placed beautifully, but couldn't hang on. It's a 4th and 6. It worked. It definitely should have worked. That's a great throw from Smith with 2 people in his face. Why are you having Ricky Person run the slot fade? Yes, he's a good receiving back, but really? He should have caught that. That ball was placed absolutely perfectly. I will fully admit that. But I don't like the idea of the running back running that route. Punt comes off clean and going to be returned beginning from inside the 10 near the 7. Has some room down the left side past the 20, 25, 30. Still going to 40, 45 past midfield. 45 past the 45 down to the plus 40. What a return for the Panthers. Xavier Malone can have them with some excellent starting field position. With 8:28 to play in the first quarter, Panthers will start this drive from midfield after from about the 7. So 43. About 53-yard punt return there from Xavier Malone. That's a fantastic play on special teams. Mike Nolan is talking to the refs here. Are we not going during a commercial break? I haven't had a commercial break yet this game. I kind of need one. Nolan is talking with the officials here. All right, here we go. Heading to a commercial break. So with that, I'll quickly be right back. Still at commercial break. I am back. Still at commercial break. Both opening drives went for punts. Didn't do a whole lot into it. But the Panthers are in excellent starting field position for the second drive. At the Stallions' 40-yard line. I'm setting up for a bit in this one, maybe just for the first quarter at the very least. But it's playoff time. Wanting to bring a little bit more energy to it. It's easier for me to do that when standing. So we'll stand for as long as I feel like it. But again, I might go back to sitting in second and third quarters, but definitely tail end of games today. Going to be standing. Yeah. They have a pretty big lunch before this because, again, it's going to be the 6-hour stream, but we chill with it. I also don't use the stand-in feature of this desk often enough, so it's a good excuse. 8:28 to play in the first quarter. Perkins and shotgun back behind him. Going to hand this up the middle. Handoff up the middle for Toa Tawa. That's a gain of about 6, maybe 7. Good way to start the drive when you're already in great starting field position. Yeah, so a gain of 6, they're saying, for Tawa on first down. Now 2nd and 4. Perkins and shotgun back behind him. 2 receivers to each side. 8 minutes to play in the quarter. Going to motion Tawa to his right now in the backfield. As Perkins going to keeping himself right side looking. Now going to throw it right side. That's going to be caught for the first down inside the 25, near the 23. That's Jalen Moore on the reception. Felt like he held on to that a bit too long. Shocked that. I mean, that goes to show just how much that play is ran by the Panthers. That the linemen know not to push themselves too far down the field. Is that RPO that they like to run that they've scored touchdowns on before. Damn, maybe the Bears wish they could beat the Packers that bad in real life. Perkins and shotgun back to his right. Going to hand this off up the middle on 1st and 10 and only going to gain about 1 yard. Now, we're getting a bunch of leaks right now from the new college football game. And because the beta is this weekend, so a lot of people are risking their accounts, basically leaking it. It looks nice. Gameplay looks eerily similar, but I'm kind of fine with that because the gameplay of 25 was really fun. But it looks good. Hard difficult, yeah. We also had a Madden reveal, which I'm more cautiously optimistic about that than I am with college football stuff right now. Handoff up the middle for Tower once again. Breaks 1 tackle, going to get up to about the 16. A more manageable 3rd down coming up. Yeah, I'm still not fully sure how I feel about Madden this year until we see more on it. I already know I'm going to get into new college football. I feel it could be better as well. But even if it's more so like, I want to say minor. But if gameplay isn't all that different or like improved, I think I'll be fine. I was playing some college football earlier and I still like how it plays. Perkins to throw on 3rd and 3. Pass over the middle is caught and down inside the 5 to the 3 is Cole Hikutini. And the Panthers entered the red zone for the first time today. Down inside the 5. 1st and goal coming up. This is the big moment here. The Stallions have the best red zone defense in the league, going against the best red zone offense in the league. This is where this game will be won and lost. Perkins and shotgun back to his right. 3 receiving options to the right as well. Handoff up the middle. Toa Tawa. Touchdown Panthers. With ease. Walks it in. They get on the board first with a 3-yard touchdown run from Toa Tawa. Made it look easy. A little too easy there from this kind of from the Stallions defense. We'll expect a little bit more of a fight on that handoff. 5:11 to play in the first quarter. The Panthers get on the board first. Now the 1-point try from the 2. Perkins and shotgun back to his left. 2 receiving options to each side. And going to keep it himself past right side. Caught by Hikatini. He walks in. Another play made. Another easy looking play there for the Panthers. It's a 7-0 lead. We're in on their second drive of the game. That's a nice play by Perkins. He really sold that handoff up the middle. Ooh, the 49ers on the road. That's good luck with that one. That's gonna be a fun. That's probably a fun defense to go up against. I want to play. I want to do the whole VR shit more. It's just finding the time to want to play that is a lot tougher than just wanting to like boot up college football or any other random sports game that I have. As we're at commercial break, after the first touchdown of the game scored by the Michigan Panthers and Toa on a 3-yard handoff up the middle, we'll see how the Stallions can respond to that. Yeah, I also think with that, we'll go back to sitting until the 4th. Yeah, we'll see. Again, I fully expect this game to come down to the absolute wire. Like, this is not going to be an easy win for either side. And even in games where the score is even in games that look like a blowout on paper, you can go back and watch those and be like, damn, this was a very tough game that it just so happened to make the better plays in once or twice. Because like it's one of those games where like every drive is going to matter for these two teams. And when that's the case, a really tight and contested game could end up looking like a blowout very easily. But we shall see. Also, I've been brainstorming the idea, especially with the new college football coming out and the fact that I know I'm going to play it an absolute shit ton. I'm thinking maybe that probably not on this channel, but I'm thinking I still have a old Twitch that I don't really use. I might rebrand that for like a quarter guard gaming type of thing. We might be doing some very, very casual stuff over there when that game drops. We'll see. But I'm kind of brainstorming that idea. As we're just coming back from commercial break, they're showing off Jamar Smith and the fact that since entering the game for the Stallions back in week 7, he has been an absolute dog for them. A fantastic, fantastic player. And just absolutely been leading the Stallions team better than it feels like they have been the past few since the UFL became a thing. They're gonna need to step it up though. The opening drive was not the greatest. Again, gonna need to be able to step it up in this one. It is still very early on in this game, so not a spot to really panic or be worried. But we'll see. It depends how this drive looks for them and what they do with it. As kickoff is underway, going to be returned beginning from about the 12-yard line for Amari Rogers. Gets up past the 30 to about the 32. So 5:07 to play in the first quarter. And out comes Jamar Smith and the Stallions offense for the second time today. I'm sorry, do I see Murray State put up 19 against Duke? I'm sorry, what? Smith in shotgun, back to his left. 3 receivers to the left as well. Smith going to hand this off to begin the drive up the middle, and that is CJ Marable. Gonna get up close to the 35-yard line, a gain of about 4. Whereas for college baseball, either has like the most normal baseball score or the most normal football score. No in betweens. Smith in shotgun back to his left, going to hand this off once more, right side for CJ Marable. There's a face mask on that. And it's only a gain of 2 after he breaks off that tackle. But gonna call a face mask here on Noah Dawkins. So an automatic first down coming up for the Stallions. Yeah, definitely both lines can use improvement. I would more so say defensively. I would more so say the improvement needs to come in the secondary. Or maybe not secondary, but definitely the linebacker unit. I mean, Tay Crowder's been playing well this year, but it's really only linebacker that has stood out. Is still trying to replace Scooby Wright, which was an issue in parts last year, but really now becoming a forefront this year. As it's 1st and 10 after the face mask penalty, the Stallions have crossed midfield for the first time today. Smith in shotgun, a back to each side, going to hand this off up the middle, and there's some room past the 45 down to near the 40. And that is Marlon Williams on the carry out of the backfield. Under 4 minutes to play in the first, it is 2nd and about 3 coming up. I've been of the component that the defensive line here for the Stallions is still a really good defensive line. It's just the UFL has become a lot more of a mobile quarterback league, and you need better help on the back end when stuff like that happens. Smith in shotgun, a back to his left, going to hand this off to CJ Marable up the middle, and that's a gain of about 3 or 4. A gain of about 3. Either way, enough for the first down. It's 1st and 10 now for the Stallions. Yeah, because like last year, like you're not playing against Adrian McCarron anymore. Not against the Adrian McCarrons, the Case Cookuses, the Danny Edlin. You're not playing against those guys anymore. And it's because of what Adrian Martinez was able to do last year. And going against more of that style of quarterback, which puts a lot on the defensive line. Smith in shotgun can hand this off left side for Marlon Williams once again, trying to find some room. Eventually brought down, though, for a loss of a yard. Not much able to go there. Tried his hardest to find some room, but the Panthers doing a great job plugging up those holes. 2:25 to play in the first quarter. It's a 2nd and 11. And there's Breland Speaks. Had an impact on that previous play, being highlighted now by the broadcast. He's a massive addition to this Michigan defensive line that's again being brought back due to the injuries he faced earlier on in the season. As Smith looks to throw past left side of 2nd and 10, that's caught by Deion Kane, but doesn't get the feed in. It's 3rd and 10. I don't like that throw. Yeah, that's not a sideline pass you go for. I'm not a fan of throwing those kind of sideline balls when you're on that hash mark. Like because you really can first sideline throws, you really want like about 5 yards of room between the receiver and the sideline. And when you throw into the same side that you're on the hash mark, you don't have that same room. Smith in shotgun looking to throw in 3rd and 10. Has some time. Deep pass. Right side wide open, but overthrown. Amari Rogers was wide open. It's overthrown by 3 yards. And 4th and 10 coming up. And that's why that 2nd down play mattered so much. Oh, he's so wide open. That is free. That's walk in. You would just put it on his chest. Yeah, he's been off today. But like when he is on, he is fantastic. The 56-yard kick from Harrison Mevis is up, and he missed it wide right. So nothing on that drive, which was a pretty okay drive, I would say. There's definitely some things you can build off of, but overall, definitely not what you were hoping for out of that drive. You definitely wanted points. But I mean that was just the second down play mattered in that more than the third down play, even though I guess it would have been a touchdown. If you get at least 5 on that second down play, you have more room to work with. Unless you don't need to take another deep shot like that. It's rough. First and 10 for the Panthers. Ball on the 46. Going to play action. Look to throw. Pressure coming. Perkins escapes it to his right. Still looking. Still finding time and just going to throw it away incomplete down that right sideline. But that's where that mobility comes in. It allows for that kind of play to happen. Where just throwing it away there is a smart decision. They're re-showing that third down play again as they're interviewing Smith on the sideline. Yeah, just a tough miss. Yeah, true. Perkins and shotgun back to his right. Play action looking to throw. Pass right side is caught by Hikutini, and that's a gain of 8. Pass midfield up to about the plus 45. And that will bring us to the end of the first quarter. 15 minutes in the books. Panthers have a 7-point lead and the ball, looking to extend it. An overall solid first quarter. An all-around solid first quarter. But I would like to see the Stallions just get Jamar Smith into a rhythm before trying those deep passes again. And just get him back on track somehow. Hell, even some design QB keepers and some read options and stuff could help. But just you need to get him back into a rhythm at this point. Just slow the game down. Don't really make him feel like they need a single play to get back into this. Oh yeah, St. Louis would love to beat Birmingham next week and be the team to stop the streak. But at the same time, their mindset isn't on who they're gonna play next week. It's on just winning that game and winning today's game. Because like their matchup against DC today is not going to be easy. Like they struggled against DC in St. Louis early on in the season, and even their win last week against DC wasn't anything special. So if they're too focused on the potential of beating Birmingham next week, they're going to find themselves getting destroyed by DC. Yeah, this is definitely the year for St. Louis to win it all. And again, it's picturing the championship game on Saturday with it being St. Louis Birmingham and just picturing that crowd, like that is the ideal game for the UFL. Really, it doesn't matter who wins this game between Panthers and Stallions for the UFL and like the marketing, maybe not marketing, but like their money side of thinking, they need St. Louis to win today. Like absolutely needed. LSU night game tonight, yeah. It's gonna be fun. I'm just St. Louis's offense needs to figure out what went wrong against DC the first time and how they can fix it. And the easiest thing is just not turn the ball over, but that's easier said than done. Yeah, tonight's going to be St. Louis's hardest game this year. But it's one that they need. Like, it's a game where you need to play your best to win. And like Max, it's a great test for Max Duggan. He has played in. Max Duggan haven't played in that college football playoff game against Michigan all those years back. I think does help him in this one, of just knowing what it's like to play in that high stake of a game in front of that kind of crowd and that kind of noise. I think he'll play fine. I'm just more worried about everyone else on that team. 3rd and 1, Perkins and shotgun back behind him. Ball on the 46, going to play action, look to throw. Pass right side, wide open, Malik Turner gets crushed. Hangs on and picks up 2 and a first down. But Malik Turner got crushed there by Stephen Gilmore. Great job holding on to that ball and picking up the first. All right, Perkins in shotgun, back behind him. 3 receiving options to the left. Ball now on the 43-yard line of the Stallions. Perkins going to hand this off up the middle for Tawa and stood up at the line. Second effort might have gotten him half a yard, but just get nothing going on that play. Yeah, they're going to say no gain. 2nd and 10. Oh yeah, this connection that Perkins and the OC have has been great this year. It's really helped out this team. Perkins alone in shotgun. 3 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. 2nd and 10, looking to throw. Perkins with some time. Pass over the middle is caught for the first down. Pass the 30 to the 29 is Cole Hicutini, but a penalty marker down. Is offsides on the Stallions. It was a free play there. Penalty will be declined. And a first down for the Panthers. Speaking of Panthers, I typically am a massive fan of overtime games, and I still am. But man, are they stressful, especially in the Cup Finals. If you're not a big hockey fan, this Panthers-Oilers series so far through 2 games have been some of the best hockey you could watch to get into the sport. Perkins in shotgun, handoff up the middle, and there's going to be some room there. That's Matthew Colburn on the carry for about 5. He wanted a face mask alongside Malik Turner. He wanted one as well. No penalties there though. His head did again. It's hard to say if that was face mask or shoulder. Kind of looks like he grabbed both, and that's probably one where the replay center would not add on the penalty. Perkins in shotgun, handoff up the middle to Colbert, and that's a great play by the Stallions to save what very easily could have been a touchdown. I believe that was Bradley Anai on the tackle there for only about a yard. But he gets him by the ankles and again saves a potential touchdown. There was plenty of room for Colburn to run there. Yeah, I'm always a component of going to games truly allows you to understand what kind of sport it is. But these playoffs, it has been some of the better. These past 2 games have been fantastic. Perkins to throw on 3rd down. Pressure coming and still breaking tackles. Breaking plenty. Dump off over the middle is caught by Malik Turner for the first down. Inside the 20 to about the 17. How does Bryce Perkins do it? Penalty marker down. Might be offsides here on the Stallions. Easily could have been another face mask on the Stallions here. But Bryce Perkins, he does not go down easy. Broke like 3 or 4 sacks there. And then just shovel passes it to Malik Turner, who picks up the first. Refs are discussing. We'll see what this is. Yeah, only the offsides on the Stallions. And they're going to accept it for 5 yards and will be a first down. They get Myja Sanders to jump early there. 1, 2, 3. There's a face mask. 4. Yeah, broke 4 sacks, including the face mask. And would have been able to pick up the first down, even if it wasn't a free play. God damn, Bryce Perkins. Let's see, that's not a play that really like on the stat sheet. You just see that as like, oh, a 3-yard gain for the Panthers with the offsides on the Stallions. It ends up being a 5-yard gain. But you actually watch that. That's an insane play and an MVP caliber play to make. Perkins and shotgun back to his right, handoff up the middle for Toatawa. That's a gain of about 5 up to the 12. Yeah, it's, at least for the Stallions defense, it doesn't feel like anything is really clicking. Again, I'm seeing stuff from the offense where all you need is one play and everything will be smooth sailing on each of the drives. So far for the Stallions offense, you change one play and you're feeling fine without that offense that's played. Perkins and shotgun back to his right. 3 receiving options to the right as well. Can send the receiver in comeback motion, right to left, back to right. Hand off the Tower up the middle and going to gain about 3, maybe 2 on the play. Inside the 10 though. About 9.5, 9-yard line. Ten and a half to play in this first half. It's a 3rd and 2 coming up for the Panthers. Stallions hoping to hold them to just a field goal here. Perkins, shotgun, back to his right. 3 receiving options to the right as well. Perkins gonna keep it himself right side, trying to find some room. That's a first down and sliding down near the 6. Penalty marker out though. A lot of penalties being thrown so far in this one. There's been a lot of these. It's a holding on the Panthers. Going to bring this one back. Replay 3rd down. So now a 3rd and 12 coming up. And yeah, that's a good holding call. All right, 3rd and 12. Perkins in shotgun, back to his left, 3 receivers to the right. Ball on the 19-yard line. Perkins to throw. Stallions send 4. Pass right side, wide open. Siosi Marner, room. Inside the 5, down to the 2. May say him down to the 3. How do you leave Siosi Marner that wide open? What is that defensive call? You give him so much room underneath. That's just not the defensive call to make there. Like, you're running borderline prevent defense on 3rd and 12 from the 19. Like, what's that? Perkins in shotgun back to his right. 3 receiving options to the right as well. 1st and goal. Can he keep it himself up the middle? Gets down to the 1. I mean, you tell the linebackers to play the sticks. You tell the secondary to play the 5-yard line. Or really more so to play the goal line. And you're leaving so much space underneath. You have a guy like Siosi Marner who can make you pay very easily for taking a bad angle at him. Like, it's just, that's not, no. And he did just that. 8.5 to play, 2nd and goal. Perkins in shotgun back to his right. 3 receiving options to the right as well. Going to keep it himself once again up the middle, and Bryce Perkins takes it in. The 1-yard touchdown run. They extend this lead to 13 with 8:17 to play in the half. Yeah, the Stallions are not playing well right now. That's rough. I mean, like they Bryce Perkins, man, that's all I can say. Like the Stallions had that play dead to rights, and Perkins just finds the space and using his quick movements to find to get room. It's, man. 1-point try from the 2. Perkins in shotgun back behind him. And going to hand this off up the middle for Tawa. And I think they're marking him just shy. It's going to be close. They're going to discuss. And there we go. Now they're saying he got in. To a 14-0 lead for the Panthers. After a quarter and a half, basically, of game time. Yeah, he got across. Just barely. Yeah, there's definitely Skip Holtz definitely is gonna need a lock in for this for next year. This has not been a great showing so far, but they're still not fully out of it just yet. It is definitely rough though. We'll see as we're heading to a commercial break. But like, just looking at where this team can improve from this year to next year. The biggest thing is more so linebackers than than really D line for that defense. And if as much as I really like how Jamar Smith has been playing, you need consistent quarterback play. Having all these different quarterbacks play throughout the year, and yes, it's not necessarily the Stallions' fault, it's injuries. But you constantly have the changing of the guard under center. It's not gonna go the greatest. But obviously, like, the defense is more his fault right now than anything. Yeah, I would not expect Jamar Smith to be the full-time starter next year. I'm also not expecting Alex Magoo to be back next. I think you need to fully commit to Matt Corral next year. For as much as it doesn't make a lot of sense now, I think that's the guy you need to commit to. Instead of bringing in an old face, you need to fully commit to this dude. Because Corral 100% had other opportunities this past offseason of where to play both in UFL and in NFL. But he chose to come back to the Stallions thinking he would get his full chance. But obviously things didn't work out that way. We're still at commercial break. Most sacred piece of Dolphins gear? That's a good question. I have a signed Marino jersey off to the side here. I want to say there's a signed Dan Marino card up there. There's a Bob Greasy signed football that I think I would say for right now is like very much up there. Just because I do have a good chunk of signed Marino stuff. Having that signed Bob Greasy football is definitely up there. And even not even talking about like gear, but just signed stuff in general from Miami. I have a signed Dolphin. I have a signed book by Dick Anderson of the 72 team. That was a very lucky find. Yeah, I'll probably say the Bob Greasy football. Next time I stand. Yeah, I'm only not saying the San Marino jersey because I'm not sure how authentic it is. Mainly because I was able to get that for like $100, and I'm just not fully trusting that it's like a truly authentic signature. But it's still nice. Kickoff would be returned inside the 5 up to about the 33 with a penalty marker down. This could be even better starting field position for the Stallions, but we will see. I'm not sure if I'll ever wear it. I have other Dolphins jerseys that have more wear and tear to it that I would prefer to wear. Holding on the Stallions is the penalty on the kick returns. We're going to push him back a bit. But yeah, it's like quite a bit. I know I put, yeah, there's a Pat Riley signed photo. It's that one there. This is Pat Riley signed photo. That's nice. I'm not a massive Heat fan, but I will admit that's cool. I also got a Dennis Rodman signed thing off to the side here. It's nice. Smith and shotgun going to hand this off to Ricky Person right side, and that goes nowhere. A loss of 1. Because of the holding, the drive started near the 23. That pushes them back to the 22. So under 8 minutes to play in the first half. Smith in shotgun. Back to his left, 2 receivers to each side. As Smith will look to throw here. Has time. Deep shot. Left side. What is that decision? Looking for Jordan Thomas. It's overthrown by about 2 yards. Thomas wanted a penalty there. Not going to get one. It was hand fighting. But why? There's no need. Like, that's why I'm saying you need to call plays. And you need to get him into a rhythm on short to intermediate stuff before you have those type of routes as options again. He's just starting to chuck things, and I don't understand it. Smith in shotgun back to his left, 3 receivers to the right on 3rd and 10. Pressure coming, pass right over the middle is caught by Deion Cade. Breaking tackles, past the 45, past midfield. Still going, 1 man to beat, the 30, 25, 20, and out of bounds near the 16, maybe the 17. Deion Kane flipping the field, and that's what I was just saying. Get him going in the short to intermediate range and work from there. A very simple, about 10-yard throw, and ends up going for well over 50, 60. Like, get him into a rhythm before you take deep shots again. And just like that, the Stallions are in the red zone for the first time today with 6:47 to play in the first half. And there is a Panther down still to get up now as well. Can't get a jersey number. But considering where it's at, yeah, okay, there we go. It is Bryce Fordenden slow to get up. One of the defensive backs here for the Panthers. An already weakened secondary today. Not great to lose more members. Hopefully he is okay and will be able to come back in this one. But that could be a tough loss for this team. As we're heading to a commercial break for the injury timeout. Yeah, and I do got a good chunk of old school gear. A lot of it is a lot of it is the fact that up until somewhat recently, and by that I mean like up until like 2020, there wasn't really anything from like that era, like the 2010s era of the Dolphins, that I would have really wanted to get gear wise. Because like there was constant turnover of the roster. So instead of getting like player jerseys, I just got like a custom jersey with my number and name on the back, and I rode with that. I had a Ryan Tannehill signed jersey that I don't know where it went. But like again, that the Dolphins just were in 2010s. There wasn't really anything really for the Dolphins that I was like clamoring to have gear wise. But like it's always good to have Marino sign stuff. And over the years, as I've gone deeper down, the whole football history rabbit hole that I really like going down, I've gotten massive appreciation for the 72 team and those 70s teams. So thus I have some more 70s gear as well. It's nice. In terms of like actual jerseys that I have and player jerseys, it is more so like past 2 years or so. I do right next to let's stand real quick. Might as well, because they're right next to each other. It was actually the first bit of signed gear that we really like bought and got. But yeah, so up here, this is the Greasy. This is the Bob Greasy signed football. This is the Tua signed football. There's a Marino signed card, Terry Kirby signed card, and a bunch of stuff there. And then, yeah, there's the Pat Riley. Is that Riley or Alonzo Moore? Either way, there's a Heat signed thing there, and then Marino plaque. But like that Tua signed football, and that's like the only like modern Dolphins memorabilia that I have. Because again, like, modern Dolphins just isn't much. If there was one player I wish I got an autograph for, it would have been Cam Wake. In terms of like modern Dolphins players, but I'm not like itching to get most modern players to sign things. I was pissed. We were on a vacation. We were on a vacation when Larry Zonka was doing his book signing for his memoir, and I'm pissed I missed out on that. I love to and hope things work out. It's just it's very tough right now. He needs to stay healthy. Smith alone in shotgun, 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left. Gonna look to throw here from the 18. Pressure coming, pass, left side, end zone, caught! Jordan Thomas and the Birmingham Stallions get on the board. They respond to the touchdown on the previous drive from the Panthers. That's a beautiful throw on the money to Jordan Thomas. Jeez. Absolute beaut of a throw right past the outstretched arm of Arnold Tarpley. And that's how you respond. Now build off of it. Yeah, finally he places that sideline pass well. I think that's the other thing. On some of the more deeper routes he has thrown today that have been overthrows, I think they would be better off as back shoulder fades. And it would have worked perfectly. 1 point try from the 2. Play action looking to throw. Smith pass is incomplete. Trying to go towards Jay Sternenberger in the back corner of the end zone, but put too much into it. It remains an 8-point game. But yeah, those back-to-back plays perfectly shows the issue with Jamar Smith. And they're showing some NBA final stuff. There's a Tyrese Halliburton game winner from game 1. As game 2 is tonight. Yeah, those 2 plays, an absolute bullet and dime of a pass to Jordan Thomas, followed by a not great overthrow, is the perfect like coin flip situations. Six and a half to play. The Panthers might get the ball back. There's still plenty of time in this one. If the defense can make one stand for the Stallions, you're feeling fine. The only thing now is there's been back-to-back touchdown drives for the Panthers. So we'll see. Kickoff underway, going to be returned beginning from about the 8. And has some room down that left side past the 30 to the 32-yard line. So Bryce Perkins and his Panthers offense will start from there. And they keep riding this hot hand. Oh, Ryan Nugent-Hopkins potential game time decision for game 3. That could be a big loss for Edmonton. All right, Perkins in shotgun, back to his right, 2 receiving options to each side. Going to shift the back to his left now. 1st and 10 from the 31. Handoff up the middle, trying to bounce it out right side now is Matthew Colburn. Going to get back to the line of scrimmage. The second effort might gain him a yard, but not much going on that play. I'm both shocked but not shocked that the Stallions were the favorites in this game. I mean, I picked them to win, so that's why I'm like I'm not shocked, but at the same time I am kind of shocked. It's not by much though, so there's that. Perkins alone in shotgun, 3 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. Looking to throw, has time, pass right side is going to be caught by C.O.C. Marner. Not enough for the first. It's a gain of 7, but still a ball that's placed perfectly well. And able to make this a 3rd and short. Yeah, that's a dot. Maybe you wanted a little more towards the sidelines, but that's a great throw. Like Bryce Perkins is gonna end up being at least a backup in the NFL next year. So 3rd and 2, Perkins and shotgun, back behind him. 3 receiving options to the left. Handoff, Tawa, left side. The second effort, not going to be enough. Down to the 40, needed the 41. With under 5 minutes to play in the half. It's a 3 and out for the Panthers. And we'll see what they decide to do here. It's a 4th and 1 at the 40. And they're going to send out the punt unit. So it's a 3 and out. A full foot short. So, I mean, maybe you do something there to try and go for it. But yeah, I'm not against just punting it down. Punt comes off clean. Going to be returned beginning a fair caught at the 15-yard line by Amari Rogers. 4:08 to play, and the Stallions will begin from there. And again, the Stallions get ball to begin the second half as well. Yeah, they're showing the 7 straight wins for the Stallions in this matchup. As Smith in shotgun back to his right, 3 receivers to the left, going to hand this off up the middle. And CJ Marable going to find some room dancing in the backfield to pick up about 3. I want a constant mic on Skip Holtz at this point. Like even mid play, I want his mic to be hot. I just think it would be hilarious. Smith and shotgun back to his left, going to hand this off right side for Marable, and going to get past the 20 to about the 21-yard line. 3rd and about 5 coming up. Like again, mid play, you just hear Skip Holtz. You just hear Skip Holtz lose his mind mid play because Jamar Smith misses an easy option. It would be out of nowhere. That's one of those things where like NFL games have like the whole like Manning cast broadcast. I want to skip Holt's broadcast. Smith in shotgun back to his right, looking to throw on 3rd and 5. Pass right side picked off. Ty Nakua, the 10-5 touchdown Panthers. A pick 6. It is Kai Nakua, and it's a 14-point Panther lead. And see, imagine a Skip Holtz hot mic on that play. But that was a dangerous throw, and he paid the price. Like a dangerous throw. We'll see. I mean, again, they're still going to have time to cut into this lead, enter in the half. They get ball to begin the second half. It being a 2-possession lead is not the end of the world. But man, that just killed a bunch of momentum that they had. 1-point try from the 2. Perkins and shotgun back behind him. 3 receiving options to the right. Going to keep it himself right side, looking to throw now, trying to find some room. Stiff arming, has the corner. Did he get it? He did. Bryce Perkins stretching that ball out and just barely clipping the corner and that front pylon. It's a successful conversion try. Yeah, he barely gets that across in time before stepping out of bounds. That's part of what I was talking about. You have the linebacking unit right now for the Stallions. They're just not up for this task of playing against Bryce Perkins. I mean, like, how, like, again, Bryce Perkins is a great player, don't get me wrong, MVP caliber and all that. But he should not be stiff-arming linebackers like that in the backfield. Yeah, he stares down Marlon Williams. That was the easiest pick Kai Nakua has had, probably. That's not great. Just completely, I mean, I don't like saying this, but you have Matt Corral healthy enough to be dressed as the backup. How much longer until we see Corral in this one? Because again, when Jamar Smith helped lead the Stallions to a championship, it was in a 2 QB system alongside Alex Magoo. Do you have that same kind of style come back in this one, or do you stick with Smith until the wheels fall off? Yeah, I mean, it's otherwise, why would Corral be dressed if not as an emergency option? Yeah, the camera on Corral. We'll see. Helmet going on. Are we gonna see Corral this soon? I mean, again, I would totally understand it. Yeah, there's that handshake. We're gonna see Corral in this next drive, I believe. Kickoff underway, going to be returned beginning from about the 5-yard line for Amari Rogers. Gonna work his way down that left side. He's trying to gets up past the 20, up past the 30 to about the 31. And yeah, there's Matt Corral taking the field. I fully understand this choice. Multiple times in his tenure here in Birmingham, he has come in near halftime or after halftime and has really provided a spark for this team. So the same thing is you need him to do it again. It sucks, but it does feel like it had to be done. Smith was just too off his game. So Corral and shotgun, back to his left, 3 receivers to the right, ball on the 31-yard line, looking to throw. Corral with time, pass over the middle, caught by Deion Kane, pass midfield to the 47. That's a good way to get your feet wet. Yeah, to get your feet wet back in the action. Yeah, that's exactly where that ball needed to go. They send a safety blitz off the left side. You have Deion Kane filling in that space there. On great throw. So Corral alone in shotgun, 4 receivers to the right. Gonna look to throw here once more. Green play to Ricky Person right side. Has the blockers, a first down and then some. Gain of about 12, maybe 13. And the 2-minute warning coming up. 2 minutes of play in the first half. Matt Corral has come in and in 2 plays has moved this team into some great field positioning. And we're at commercial break. 76 Raiders is an interesting one. I don't know enough about baseball to comment on the 93 Phillies. Yeah, 76 Raiders. That's definitely an interesting team to say. I mean, the easiest option for me is to either go with 72, 73, or 84 Dolphins. But again, those are too easy. I would more so lean towards. Oh, the NFL films were great. I would more, weirdly enough, I'm gonna lean towards. I'm gonna lean towards, what was it? I want to say the 95 Falcons. Is that the one that made the Super Bowl? And I'm just a big fan of Steve DeBergen. That was the Super Bowl where he set that record before Brady broke it. That's like a very fun answer, but like a more legit one probably has to be the 01 Vikings. 2001 Vikings. Like, going back and looking at that team and watching highlights from that team, it is insane that they didn't end up winning the Super Bowl that year. And also, Dante Culpepper went to UCF, and I'm kind of, yeah. Another more recent one that I'm privy towards is the 2012 Ravens, but that's taking the like more recent stuff. Yeah, and like it's also the way that they came up short as well that year. Like you have a kicker that's been perfect all year, and he misses what should be a chip shot in the playoffs. It's not like chip shot the same way that the Blair Walsh kick in, I want to say 2016 was. It was the chip shot against the Seahawks, but like still. I'm trying to think more of those like 70s and 80s teams as well for an option. One sec. We're just coming back from commercial break. Hey, what's up, Flash? So 2nd and 1, Corral alone in shotgun, 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left. That's Corral gonna look to throw. Has some time, pass left side, caught by Person. That's another first down. Gain of what's that, like 11? Yeah, I was more so expecting Magoo to be the backup today and him finally get that chance. But hey, Corral's good to go. Yeah, I mean, I respect the loyalty there, but it was, I mean, it was clearly time for Corral to step back onto the field. Corral shotgun back to his left, 2 receivers to each side, looking to throw once again. Corral with time, pass over the middle, and incomplete. Looking for Jordan Thomas in the end zone, but a great defensive play from Arnold Tarpley, going to knock it loose. 2nd and 10 coming up. A little underthrown. A little underthrown. Lob it a bit more, place it out there in like the middle of the end zone, probably a touchdown. That's still like a perfect throw needed though. Crowd to throw once again on 2nd and 10. Pass right side to a wide open Deion Kane. Going to work his way to the 20 before being brought down. A gain of 8. Yeah, it does feel like a different team. And Corral has done this multiple times with the Stallions. Of just coming in and being a desperate spark. Desperate spark to this team. Penalty pre-snap going to be a false start on the Stallions. So a 3rd and 7 coming up. With 1:22 to play in the half. All right. They're discussing this with Skip Holtz. We'll see. Holtz is not happy though about what they're telling him. So I think it's Holtz believing that it should have been a neutral zone infraction on the Panthers. The officials are saying that the Panther defender didn't make it into the neutral zone before the offensive lineman jumped and moved. Thus, it's a false start. And Holtz is not happy about that. I mean, you have the challenge. You want to use it? I doubt it, but you have the challenge. So 3rd and 7. Brown shotgun back to his right. 3 receivers to the left, looking to throw from the 25. Growl with time, pass over the middle, caught. Inside the 10, the 5, Marlon Williams down to the 1. Matt Corral, man, holy. Okay, that's a great throw over the middle. He's been the spark this team so desperately needed after the slow start. It's been impressive. So 1st and goal from the 1. Corral and shotgun back to his left. 3 receiving options to the left. A minute to play in the half. Corral going to hand this off. CJ Marable gets in. Touchdown Stallions. They cut into this just a little bit more. A 9-point 9-point Panther lead. 56 seconds to play before the half. That is still plenty of time for the Panthers with all 3 timeouts to try and get something before the half and extend this lead. But you're feeling so much better now as the Stallions than you were right before this drive. Corral and shotgun back to his right. 3 receivers to the right as well. A 2-point try from the 5. Gonna motion the back out wide to the left. Corral to throw. Pass left side. Ricky Person. He gets in. Conversion successful. It's a 7-point game with 56 seconds to play in the half. It's an entirely different game now. And we're interviewing Corral on the sideline now after a fantastic Fantastic first drive of this game for him. So kickoff underway. Going to be returned beginning from just near the 20, about the 17, up to about the 32. So 52 seconds, looking for just a field goal at the very least here for the Panthers. But the Stallions have a good majority of the momentum now. So Perkins in shotgun, back to his right. 2 receivers to each side, 1st and 10. Looking to get inside the 37-ish. Ball on their own 32. Perkins looking to throw. Pass time, pass left side, caught by Malik Turner, and going to get out of bounds after a gain of about 6 with a penalty marker down. This might be on the Stallions. We'll see. I'm thinking defensive holding or illegal contact, but I'm not sure. Would that penalty, the flag was thrown. Oh, it was offsides on the Stallions. Okay. So we're going to accept it. 5-yard penalty in the first down. Calling it on Bradley and Nye. So 47 seconds left in the half. Ball now on the 37. Perkins in shotgun. Gonna motion the back out wide to the right. So it's 3 receivers right, 2 to the left. 1st and 5 from the 37. Perkins looking to throw. Stallions send 4. Pass over the middle, caught by Jalen Moore. And a gain of about 10. A first down past the 45 to the 47. Going hurry up. Perkins in shotgun, back to his left. 2 receivers to each side. 40 seconds left in the half. Perkins to throw. Pressure coming, avoiding it to his left. Pass left side, caught by Malik Turner along the sideline and getting out of bounds after a gain of 6. Clock stops with 32 seconds left. They're past midfield to the Stallion 47. Still have all 3 timeouts. You can work the entire field. You're close to field goal range, say about 10 yards. Perkins in shotgun, back to his left, looking to throw. Stallions send pressure. Picked up well, pass right side, wide open, Jalen Moore. Past the 40 to the 37, and there we go. I'm willing to say they're on the edge of field goal range here. Calling their first timeout. Not too shabby. 25 seconds left. Looking to make this a 10-point game at the very least before entering the half. I'm just realizing the UFL Championship is at 8 o'clock on Saturday. So yeah, same time as Game 5 for the Panthers and Oilers. It's going to be Panthers in 5, watch. Perkins in shotgun, alone in shotgun. 1st and 10 from the 37. 3 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. As Perkins will look to throw. Pass left side going to be caught. And is that they're saying fumble and picked up going the other way. Perkins, the only man to beat. And going to brought down there near the, I think, the 15. Jalen Moore, the receiver. Are they going to say he had possession then fumbled? As it sits, it is Stallion football, well in the plus territory, inside the red zone, I believe. Are we saying he had possession? Or yeah, that's a good point. Or was he just down by contact? Okay, he's definitely down by contact or incomplete. It would not be ruled a fumble. If we're saying he had possession, he's down by contact before the ball comes loose. If we're saying he didn't have possession, it's incomplete either way. Taking a look at this, I don't think it's going to be... It's definitely not a fumble. That's for sure. And there you go. Mike Pierre is saying it's going to be ruled incomplete. He never completed the process of a catch. And thus, going to be incomplete instead of down by contact or a fumble. So they're also going to add back on about 7, maybe 8 seconds to this clock. Yeah, that was definitely exciting for a sec. Bryce Perkins did a good job bringing him down there as well, making sure it wasn't a touchdown. But like, that's the type of mistake where the Panthers can't afford to make them. Got lucky there that it was incomplete. But you can't afford to make those mistakes in a game like this. So 2nd and 10, 22 seconds on the clock. Perkins in shotgun, back to his left, 3 receivers to the right. Ball on the plus 37. Perkins looking to throw. Pass time, pass left side, caught by Marner. He gets down at the 30. Another saying is incomplete as well. So 3rd and 10 coming up with 17 seconds. Again, I think you're fine. I believe they're on the edge of field goal range here. And they have 2 timeouts. So if they really want to, they can just focus on centering this ball, gaining a few yards, getting inside the 35, and then let the clock run and just kick the field goal. But you definitely don't want to put the ball in harm's way. Perkins in shotgun, back to his left, 3 receivers to the right. 3rd and 10, 17 seconds left on the clock. Perkins looking to throw, Stallion send 4. Pressure coming, can't have that. He's sacked back near the 49. A game-changing play right before the half, as that will bring us to halftime. Can't be having that. Perion Winfrey gets home on the pass stunt. What is that play call, Michigan? What's that play call? But that's a game-changing play. Keeps this as a 7-point game entering the half, where the Stallions get ball to enter the half, or when we get out of half. Again, game-changing play there. Keeps this a 1-possession lead. You know, although not as drastic as what that fumble would have been, but that's still the type of play and the type of mistake that can 100% come back to cost Michigan this game. You got to field goal range. You needed points there. Getting that 2-possession lead would have been massive. Instead, it remains a 7-point game with the Stallions getting ball riding very hot right now. Yeah, that's That's just not the play Michigan won. That's why I don't get the play call of playing for the first down. Because you know that, I mean, maybe the Stallions would have called a timeout if you just focus on getting 3 or 5 yards there. But even then, you give them, what, 5 seconds? You try and do something with the ball? So, like, just hand the ball off up the middle. Try and center the field goal. Get to about the 35-yard line. And then just take the points. Yeah, it's not the fun thing to do, but you need to play smart in a game like this. Yeah, we're at halftime. We're at the half. Yep, it's halftime. But yep. Yeah, I mean, the Stallions are riding so good right now. So we'll see. We will see. We're getting more awards vote and stuff in the NHL right now. Come on, tell me that Bill Zito finally won GM of the year. Nothing yet. All right. All right, we're still at the half. They're just showcasing some halftime stuff right now. Yeah, the right before half stuff. The final 4 minutes of a half, first 4 minutes of a half, those are the plays that can change games. We saw that there on the sack Perkins took, on top of the great drive that the Stallions had right before it. So the Stallions are in to really have a massive game shifter if they can score on this next drive as well. We'll see. But those final 4 minutes definitely have just changed the game and what needs to happen. It's putting more pressure on this Michigan defense. putting more pressure on this Michigan defense to make a play here out of the half, which they obviously can, but again, you would really have liked that 10-point lead. But we'll see. Yeah, second. Later today, St. Louis versus DC. Gonna be another fantastic showing. Another fantastic game similar to this one, maybe even a little better. We'll see. But a trip to St. Louis on Saturday on the line for 4 teams today. Currently, the Panthers are leading in this one, 21-14. Yeah, we'll definitely see how this one finishes. Only a 7-point game. Stallions get ball to begin the second half. This game's going to come down to the wire. Now, his focus is on St. Louis tonight. I mean, in this game, maybe he's... No, I mean, he's a Danny Etling guy. He's probably leading... He's leading the Panthers. Yeah, we'll see. They're still showing some highlights from game 1 of the NBA Finals. That was a crazy ending. I mean, yeah, the Pacers have done that all playoffs. Of just being able to come back from impossible odds in games and winning with mere seconds to go. And I mean, because of that fact of the Pacers is why I said Thunder in 5, but it will be the point differential will be about 10 throughout the entire series. It's gonna be a great series. Every game's gonna come down towards the wire in that one as well. Like we're legit this week. We get that this like week slate, we'll say. Beginning with game 1 between the Panthers and Oilers a few days ago. Every single playoff game that we're gonna be getting in this next week or so are gonna be nail biters. Every single Panther Oiler game's probably gonna come down to the final minute or so. Every single Pacers Thunder game is gonna come down to the wire. These playoff games in the UFL are gonna come down to the wire. It's gonna be some great playoff action. Flash, the only way you deserve it is if you beat DC tonight. That's the test. As we have one more commercial break, I believe, to go through before we get back in this one for the start of the second half. The reps have been paid off. Sure, if you say that. It looks bad. Yeah, I mean, again, they do need. It does feel like the UFL needs St. Louis in the championship this year. Oh yeah, I'm more so whiskey. I mean, Jack Daniels is the easiest for me. Or it has been like my go-to. It's been one of the easy things for me. Cause I don't drink often. I mean, I had some Tito's a few weeks ago, but I mean, yeah. Oh yeah, that's cool. I mean, it's one of those things where it's only like very special occasions where I drink right now. I don't plan on that changing. I mean, going into these games today, we knew there was going to be some fantastic action, which is why I kind of hoped that these games would have been yesterday, because it's like having it have its own entire day for these would have been so much better. Instead of having to compete, not necessarily compete, but instead of the focus today more so being on game two between the Pacers and Thunder, if they could have had a whole day and morning to themselves, it would have been a lot better. Hmm, interesting. We have just coming out of halftime, the start of the third quarter underway here momentarily. This is going to be a massive opening drive of the half here for the Stallions. And those third down issues, we saw them we saw them in week 9 between these two teams. The third down issues for the Panthers defense need to be able to step up a bit. Deion Kane has been a threat for the Stallions today. But to be fair, so is Jordan Thomas. He's been getting some good action as a receiver as well. I'm curious what the halftime discussion was between Holtz, Corral, and Jamar Smith. I'm very curious what that interaction was. But second half kickoff underway. BT Potter sends it down. Going to be returned beginning from the 10 for Amari Rogers. Going to get out of bounds near the 30. And we'll begin the drive from there. Matt Corral taking the field. Looking to tie this game potentially on this next drive. Massive second half coming up. All right, 1st and 10. Corral in shotgun back to his right. Going to hand this off to Marable left side. Has some room. Going to be a gain of 9, maybe 10. They're going to say 9.5. It seems up to near the 40. The great opening play of the drive. The refs got a big payoff. Yeah, maybe. So 2nd and 1, corral and shotgun back to his right. 3 receiving options to the right as well. 2nd and 1 from the 40. Corral going to hand this off up the middle, and that is CJ Marable to gain about 3 or 4, enough for the first down. All right, so 1st and 10, corral and shotgun back to his left. 3 receivers to the right. Can you motion the back out wide to the left? As Corral looks to throw. Pressure coming, going to step up and take it himself, sliding down for a gain of 2 or 3. No penalty markers fly as Noah Dawkins looked like he was headhunting there. Those on the weekends? Yeah, damn. All right, 2nd and 7. Taking a while to break this huddle. To break it with 7 seconds left in the play clock. Corral and shotgun back to his left. 3 receivers to the right. You have to hurry up here. Corral to throw. Pressure coming. Pass over the middle. Caught by person for a screen. Going to get about 4. Penalty marker down. This might be roughing the passer on the Panthers. Breland Speaks was crushing there. Oh, it's hands to the face on the Panthers. So it will be an automatic first down nonetheless. But, like, okay, well, again, side note about the NHL and the NBA real quick. Fans who think those games are rigged to get certain teams to, like, sweep or whatnot are the funniest things. Because you would think that the NBA and NHL would want every single series to go 7. Corral looking to throw on 1st and 10. Has time. Pass over the middle. It is tipped and incomplete. Just too high for Cade Johnson to come down with it. Able to get his fingers on it, but not able to bring it in. 2nd and 10. Right? Because the NBA and NHL, if every single series were to go 7, they get that many more ticket sales, that many more TV ratings for their media rights deal whenever that expires. That would drastically help those leagues if every single series goes 7. Corral looking to throw on 2nd and 10. Pass right side is incomplete. Trying to screenplay there for Cade Johnson and thrown too far up the field. And 3rd and 10 coming up. Now obviously, again, football, it is much more important what the matchups are. Because you only get one game in that. You only get one game, one time in that matchup, basically. So then it makes more sense to, like, lean a certain way. But anyone who thinks that a series is rigged after it goes 4 or 5 games is hilarious. Corral and shotgun back to his left. 2 receivers to each side. Motion to back out wide to the right. Corral looking to throw. Pass right side. Incomplete. Looking for Cade Johnson once again. DJ Miller in excellent coverage. Forces it loose. Going to be a 4th and 10. The drive stalls out. That was a solid throw, but just excellent coverage. Yeah, he's throwing well. Just gotta be able to hang on to some of these passes. I would say that screenplay on 2nd down definitely could have been a much better ball. But it's fine. And we have a stoppage before the punt here. Skip Holtz challenging this? So Birmingham is going to challenge that there should have been a hands to the face call against the Panthers. A dangerous challenge to throw here. We'll see. Where are they saying? Wait. Where are they saying hand to the face? That was not a great. Okay, I see where they think it is, but no, I think he has the jersey and it's going up. I don't think he has his hands in his face. He has he grabs the collar of the jersey and is pushing that up. I don't think he's gonna lose this. Get Pulse isn't happy about this. But yeah, they're gonna lose this challenge, I believe. Should be wasting that time out as well. Yep, they lose the challenge. Again, he grabbed the collar and the top of the jersey and pushed that up. Didn't get his hands in his face like is needed for hands to the face. So to lose the challenge, they can still have to send this one down with 11 minutes to play in the third quarter. Looking to pin the Panthers deep. Hunt comes off clean. And going to be fair caught at the 12 with a penalty marker down. Yeah, that's a challenge that's very much might come into play later that he wish he had. Like that's I do not agree with challenging that in the first place. Hands to the face is a very weird penalty in the first place. Not really one I would want to challenge. Oh, offsides on the Panthers. They're gonna replay the punt. It's 4th and 5. And now they send out the field goal unit instead. So Harrison Mevis, he missed from 55 earlier. His career high is 61. This is another long kick from 56 yards out. Try and make this a 4-point game. Ball on the left hash. Kick is up. Has the accuracy. It is good. Harrison Mevis makes it a 4-point game. All right, that ended up working out pretty well for the Stallions. You score on the opening drive of the half. It's nothing special, but it is still something to build off of. Holtz is still arguing about. Oh yeah, Holtz is still arguing about his hands in the face. His hands did not go into his face, or did not grab his face. Hands to the face is like literally hand to the face. He grabbed the collar and then pushed it up. Never directly hands to the face. Direct commercial break now. At commercial break. But yeah, again, solid start. I mean, you definitely wish that drive had a little more sustenance to it. And the fact that you get in the field goal range naturally instead of an offsides on a punt. But it's still fine enough, especially if the defense can make another stand like it did to end the half. That would be a good test as well. You will see. Just coming back from commercial break. And there's the thicker kicker, Harrison Mevis, showing the highlight of him making a 61-yard field goal during his college days in Mizzou against Kansas State. Again, that one was from 56 before the commercial break. Blue did pretty easily. And this is this going to be an interesting one. Kickoff underway. Oh, nope, the ball fell off the tee. All right. As so out comes the punter to place kick this basically. I didn't think it was that windy either, but turns out it is. May have gotten windy during the half and whatnot. Kickoff underway, going to be returned beginning from about the 12. Looking for some room down the left side, not much going, up to about the 27. And we'll start from there for these Panthers' first drive of the half. Showed Mike Nolan laying into his players on the sideline there. Okay. Perkins and shotgun back to his right. Can hand this off up the middle. And it's a good carry there for Toa Taua. Gain of about 7 to begin this drive. Again, Mike Nolan, 0 in his career against the Stallions, looking to change that today. Perkins and shotgun back to his right. 2 receiving options to each side. 2nd and 3 from the 35. Receiver sent the motion left to right as they hand this off up the middle once again for Taua. Going to get a gain of 5 on the second effort up to the 40. Enough for a first down. Under 10 minutes to play in the half now. All right. Oh, it was the Arizona Wildcats. Okay. Well, they made it. They made it to Omaha. Perkins and shotgun back behind them. 3 receiving options to the left. 1st and 10 from the 40. Perkins going to hand this off for Taua once another. It's Matthew Colburn trying to find the sideline left side. Going to gain about 4. Penalty marker down. Might be bringing this one back. I don't think the St. Louis game would be this bad. It's a holding on the Panthers. No, so Buffett, you said earlier that the Wildcats beat UNC to make it to Omaha. I was confused on which Wildcats team you were talking about, and then I just saw there was Arizona. Because again, there were so many colleges where Wildcats is the mascot. You gotta be more specific. Perkins in shotgun back to his right. 3 receivers to the right as well. Quick throw right side for a screen. And that might be a backwards pass that he goes out of bounds. The ruling it incomplete though for 2nd and 20. Looking for COC Marner in that screenplay. Luckily that ball bounces out of bounds. I'm shocked no Stallion decided to just jump on it before it did. Yeah, because then like, there's Kansas State, there's Kentucky, which I knew it was going to be Kentucky. Kansas State, Kentucky, Arizona. I know the FCS level has a few others as well. Perkins in shotgun, looking to throw in 2nd and 20. Has some time, pass left side, caught by Turner, trying to go upfield. Going to be forced out of bounds near the 36. Little shove after the fact. No penalty down there. Yeah, I was like, it wasn't really a massive push, so they got away with it. But yeah, definitely want to pull back on that, especially when it's 3rd and 14 coming up. You don't want to give them a first down, as this is a massive 3rd down. Perkins in shotgun back to his right. 2 receivers to each side. Ball on the 36. Perkins to throw. Stallions only send 4. Plenty of time in the pocket. Gonna roll to his left to buy some more. Keeping it himself. Past the 40. Cuts inside. Finding some room. Stiff arming. Spinning. First down and more. Bryce Perkins down to the plus 35. What a run for Bryce Perkins. Picking up that first down. Holy. First off, plenty of time in the pocket. And then he just finds some magic to make people miss there. And pick up the first down and then some. And also smartly just going down. That's like a 30-yard carry for Bryce Perkins. That really only should have been about 6. Perkins in shotgun back to his left, 2 receiving options to each side, sending one of them in motion. As they hand this off right side for Matthew Colburn, gets past the 30 to the 29.5-yard line, gain of roughly 5. My thing with Birmingham right now is they are primarily only sending 4. And it is not working, and they're not changing. I feel like you need to if you're gonna send 4, you need to keep a fifth guy in to be a QB spy. Perkins gonna keep it himself right side, throwing right side. That's caught inside the 15, out of bounds at the 13 for number 13, Xavier Malone. There is a penalty marker down though. Might be a legal man downfield. But that's just not the type of play you expect Birmingham to make. Giving up that kind of contested reception. And yeah, it seems like it was a legal man downfield. Ball now on the 35-ish yard line. Yeah, so 2nd and 10, ball on the 35. Perkins in shotgun, back to his right. 3 receivers to the left. A few receiving options to the left. Birmingham sack in the box. Pressure sent. Gets picked up well. Perkins throwing deep. Left side has a man caught. Inside the 10 to the 7. Devin Ross on the reception. 1st and goal for the Panthers. Toa, man. Talk about pass blocking. Picked up the blitz perfectly. Giving Perkins enough time to get that ball out there. An out and up that burns the Stallion secondary. And Devin Ross, the player who arguably lost the Panthers the first meeting this season between these two teams with the muffed punt, he comes up big there for the Panthers. Perkins in shotgun back to his right. Going to hand this off up the middle. Untouched. Toa, his 2nd of the game. It's a 10-point Panther lead. 6 yards out. It's back to a 10-point lead. And yeah, it's This Stallion defense, man, they're just they did not come to play today. And I don't know why. I mean, yeah, in both of the two meetings, it was Danny Edling did have a lot more of a presence than he's gonna have in this one. And those Danny Edling minutes do play a factor. The 1 point try from the two looking to throw. Perkins pass right side, a lobber, and it's caught by Jalen Moore. Despite being surrounded by two Stallions, no one even bothered to fight for that ball. And it's an 11-point lead. .5:15 to play in the third. Panthers up top big. Well, by 2 possessions. It's those Danny Edling minutes from the first two meetings. Obviously, Danny Edling started to play the entire game in the second one 2 weeks back. But really, in that first meeting in Michigan, it was those Danny Edling minutes that cost the Panthers that game, more so than the muffed punt. So that's the thing. Bryce Perkins is just playing that well, and he's playing at a style that the Stallions aren't great at going against. I mean, we also saw them struggle against this type of quarterback play 3 weeks ago against the Battlehawks when they lost that game. Like they just struggle against a more mobile quarterback. Sadly, I don't think you can. Otherwise, Miami would have done it about 5 times in the past 10 years. Okay, we're at commercial break. So I will quickly be right back. All right, you're back. Wait, but Miami's defensive coordinator position the past 10 years has been so hit or miss every single week. Like Anthony Weaver has been a massive bright spot in terms of consistency on the defense. But like during before that, when we had, I forget who the DC is already. Before that, I mean, we've had some weird defensive coordinators that just did not help at all. All right, just coming back from commercial break, and there we go. Show in the city of St. Louis. The site of the UFL championship game on Saturday, and also the site of the XFL conference championship in about 45 minutes. I mean, in the sports world, it is very hit or. I mean, there's just guys that excel at different things, and then they get the promotions because they excelled at that one specific thing. And now that they have so much more on their plate, they panic and they lose that skill. That's why Steve Spagnuolo, the DC over in Kansas City, he was the head coach for the Rams in 2010, 2011, I believe. He didn't do great at it, and he has stuck with being a defensive coordinator since because he really excels at that. Josh McDaniels, same way. He's not a great head coach. He struggled in both Denver and Vegas as head coach. Now he's back to being a offensive coordinator, which he excels at. Corral looking to throw on 1st and 10. Pass deep, left side and overthrown. Looking for Deion Kane. He wanted a penalty, none thrown. Overthrown by about 2 yards there. And he wanted a penalty on that one. Maybe it was held a little bit, but won't be challenged anymore. He was open as well. Corral and shotgun back to his right, 2 receivers to each side, 2nd and 10 from the 32. Play action looking to throw. Has some time. Launching deep over the middle, and it's underthrown, luckily not picked off. I believe that was Jalen Camp who forced the ball loose from Kai Nakua. But that was an underthrown pass by a good chunk. And just, he didn't step into it. He didn't really have space to step into it, but he didn't step into it. Short armed it. Yeah, Jalen Camp was the intended target. Kai Nakua had his everything on that ball. Somehow didn't hang on to it. So 3rd and 10, 4 minutes to play. Trying to go hurry up because of the play clock. Instead, the Stallions will call their 2nd timeout. And that's also not a great thing because now you're at 1 timeout remaining, down by 11. You're going to need these timeouts. We're at under 4 minutes to play in the 3rd quarter. 3:58 to be exact. Third and 10 coming up. Oh shit, Louisville heading to Omaha as well. They beat Miami. Okay. So 3rd and 10. Corral alone in shotgun. 3 to the left, 2 to the right. Looking to throw. Pressure coming. Pass left side. It is caught but brought down instantly for a gain of 6 is Jay Sternenberger. DJ Miller on the tackle. He's been having one hell of a season for the Panthers. It's a 3 and out. Again, you want to run your routes towards the sticks when you're in this kind of situation. Just didn't there. Punt comes off clean. Going to be returned beginning from about the 22. Going to work its way to about the 23. It went more so lateral than vertical on that return. Yeah, you're gonna need to pray that the Panthers all of a sudden just forget how to play football. I mean, this is a drive here that could really come back. That could really push in the knife. .315 to play in the 3rd quarter. Perkins in shotgun back to his right. 2 receiving options to each side. Ball on the 24-yard line. Receiver sent in motion left to right as Perkins will throw right side. Going to be incomplete. Tiny bit short-armed. Looking for Malik Turner in the flat. Put it too far out there. 2nd and 10 coming up. Under 3 minutes to play in the quarter, 2nd and 10 coming up. Play clock winding down. We got 5 seconds. Perkins, shotgun, back to his right, 2 receivers to each side to get the snap off in time. Perkins to throw, pass over the middle, caught by Turner. Gonna spin off one defender, has some room down the right side. Going down the sideline, and he is gone to the races, Malik Turner. And that's a dagger of a play, potentially. Malik Turner. What's that? 76 yards on a simple slant. Goes the distance after breaking a tackle that easily should have been able to bring him down. Stallions, man, just forgetting the tackle now. And they're starting to run away with this one. It's a 17-point game. Yeah, I mean, it has been a bad performance from this Birmingham defense. The 1-point try from the 2. Perkins and shotgun back to his left. 2 receiving options to each side. They're going to shift it back to his right. Receivers into motion left to right. Handoff up the middle for Tawa. He's brought down short. Only gain of a yard. Still a 2-possession game with 2:26 to play. I mean, that's just, yeah, plenty of space over the middle. You need to bring him down there, though. Like, who was that? Kenny Robinson? Like, you need to bring him down there. That's a tough touchdown to give up. And then yeah, so Kenny Robinson misses the tackle there, and then everyone else took bad angles to the ball. Everyone else took bad angles, in part because of Malik Turner's speed. He even threw. I will say this though, should have been a taunting penalty. He threw up the peace sign. In the NFL, that's a taunting penalty. But hell of a play. Definitely gonna need something shy of a miracle now for the Stallions. Kickoff underway is going to bounce out of bounds. So there's gonna be some great starting field position for the Stallions. Yeah, I don't know what it is with this defense. They're just not playing well. I mean, the front seven, not front seven entirely, but the defensive line is not at fault for this. It's the secondary, it's the linebacking unit. It is not having that same leadership in the defense that they did in majority of last year, that they did in their first 2 championship runs, not having Scooby Wright. And his leadership is definitely hurting this defense. Corral alone in shotgun. 3 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. Pressure coming. Avoids one would-be sack. Rolling to his left now to buy some more time. And it is short-armed towards Cade Johnson. Ball is incomplete. Bounced about a yard in front of him. And yeah, I mean, his first drive for Corral in this game was fantastic. Since then, I mean, there hasn't been much else. There hasn't been much drastic difference between what Jamar Smith was given Birmingham and what Corral has been given them. The key thing is you don't need to hit the panic button and just start chucking things deep. Pass right side is incomplete. Looking for Jay Sternenberger, but what a hit from Arnold Tarpley to force that ball loose. There is a penalty marker down. We'll see what this is. I mean, like on paper, entering this season, yeah, the Stallions were definitely looking like a fantastic team. It was a legal shift on the Stallions as a penalty. The quarterback issues have been a massive problem for this team. Because on paper, yeah, the Stallions were looking very good entering the season. Yeah, that loss against the Defenders wasn't great, but you're still feeling fine. Alex McGough going down did not help, but you still had Corral. Corral then went down, and that did not help even more. Then Case Cookus went down. Then Andrew Beasley got banged up. I mean, it's tough to start 5 different quarterbacks over a season and still expect the same level of success that you've had before. Corral alone in shotgun, 3 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. Avoiding pressure to his right, buying some time. Still looking out, going to keep it himself. And going to be close. We'll see what the spot says. It might have been a first down. It's either a first down or it's 4th and inches. They're going to say 4th and 1. And they're going to go hurry up. Corral and shotgun back to his left. 3 receiving options to the left as well. A 4th and 1 from the 49. Might just be trying to get them to jump. But honestly, I would suggest going for it here. You're down by 17. Panthers are massively stacking the box. Corral looking to throw. Rolling right. Pass right side. Has a man. Davion Davis. Inside the 30. 25 out of bounds at the 23. There we go. That's a big time play. Penalty marker down now. We'll see what this is. But that's a great play call on 4th and 1. But what's the penalty? Oh, you got a face mask in there. Kai Nakua grabbed a bit of that face mask. Didn't really impact it all too much. But still grabbed a hold of that face mask. And now 1st and goal for the Stallions. Need at least 1 more play before the end of the quarter. Ball on the 9-yard line after the face mask penalty. Corral and shotgun, a back to each side. I believe that's actually Sternberger in the backfield to his left. Going to play action, look to throw. Pass, right side, incomplete. Through the hands of Deion Kane. Couldn't hang on. 2nd and goal coming up, and that might bring us to the end of the quarter. D. Delaney in coverage there, forcing that ball loose. Barely gets a hand on that one. Good play there. And yep, that's the end of the 3rd quarter. 15 minutes to play. A 2nd and goal coming up for the Stallions. Looking to claw their way back into this one way or another. You're down by 17. You're gonna have to go for 2. If they punch it in, you need to go for 2. You're also in 4 down territory. You're also very much in 4 down territory. Yeah, and you have nothing to lose now. You're 15 minutes left. I mean, since we're in the 4th quarter, they could go for the 4th and 12 after if they score here. Even though it was like too early than what teams would normally do. If you really don't trust your defense that much, do you just go for the 4th and 12 right after? I mean, they probably won't, but you never know. Was this ESPN commercial? I know that ESPN's announcing like something. Yeah, I guess just saying in the fall that something new is coming up for ESPN, I guess. We'll see. Just coming out of commercial break, 15 minutes to play. Second and goal for the Stallions. Can you? I gotta have it. I gotta have it. Red zone trip here. With some costly mistakes in this game. We chilling. It's playoff time. You know, yesterday I was still like having the after effects of watching a double overtime hockey game that the Panthers came out on top in. Now that we're 2 days removed from that, we're chilling. Tomorrow's not going to be fun though. Yeah, this game's been great. It's been okay. Corral and shotgun, 3 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. As Corral will look to throw, not going to keep it himself up the middle. A QB draw and gets inside the 5 to the 2. If you love crappy, yeah. I mean, it's more so crappy Birmingham defense. The Panthers have been playing solid. I mean, again, like the Stallions, by the mid-season mark, we knew that this was going to be the most vulnerable Stallions team we've seen. And boy, is just showing today. Third and goal from the 2. Corral, keeping it himself right side. Pass back corner. And it is caught by Davion Davis. Back corner of the end zone. They cut into this deficit. What a throw, but what a catch from Davis to hang on through some contact there. That was a lobber. But it's an 11-point game, and you have to go for 2 at the very least. You have to at least go for 2 here. Going for 3, I would understand. But you need to make sure, you gotta go for 2 at the very least. You need to make this a 1-possession game here. Yeah, and finally it might get it done, but there's still plenty of time left, especially if the Stallions are able to get this 2-point try from the 5. Corral alone in shotgun looking to throw. Pressure coming, pass, end zone picked off. No, dropped. Should have been picked off, but some friendly fire there between Kai Nakua and Arnold Tarpley. Means it's incomplete. Either way, conversion unsuccessful. And it remains an 11-point Panther lead. Yeah, that's an insane throw from Corral on that touchdown pass. Like, he was not open at all, but he puts plenty of air on that one. This very shaky Stallion defense gonna need to come up big here, as they're gonna send this one down. 14-19 to play in the game. A trip to St. Louis on the line for Saturday. Stallions looking to keep their hopes of 4-peating alive. Michigan looking to finally get that win over the Stallions in this new era of spring football and make their first spring football championship. Kickoff underway, going to be returned beginning from the 5. Xavier Malone has some room down the left side, past the 25 to the 26. Yeah, Bryce Perkins has been playing really well today. Really, the entire Panther team as a whole have been on top of their game today, and they really needed that to be the case. Like, this was not a game where you can come out here and play subpar football, as we've seen with the Stallions, and still hope to be able to beat the other team. And same thing is gonna apply Saturday. And I'm sure that the Panthers would love revenge against the Battlehawks if it comes down to it. Perkins in shotgun, back to his right. 3 receiving options to the right as well. Perkins going to play action to keep it himself. Now throwing right side, caught by Jalen Moore. He fumbles! Picked up by the Stallions at the 21, but they're ruling it incomplete. They're saying he didn't make a football move before the ball came out. Are you kidding me? No, I need to see that replay. I do not agree with that at all. No, that should be review this. He does a hezzy step. That's a football move. He catches, he turns, he takes like 4 steps because he hezzy steps. He catches it, he turns, he plants the left, the right, and then hezzy steps. This should be a fumble, I think. After review is going to be ruled a fumble. Massive play by the Stallions defense. And yeah, it's the hezzy step. It's because he turned, he turned, he got that 3rd step down due to the hezzy step. It's going to be Stallions football. They needed that. That's a massive play in this game. Absolutely needed that. Steven Gilmore forces it loose. And now comes back this Birmingham offense looking to cut even more into this deficit. Ball on the plus 21 yard line. Corral and shotgun back to his left. 3 receivers to the right. 14:08 to play in this game. Motioning the back out wide to the left. Corral looking to throw. Has time. Pass. End zone. Overthrown. Incomplete. Saying that was an uncatchable ball towards Jay Sternberger. As he put too much air into it, it finally lands about towards the back of the end zone. 2nd and 10 coming up. Oh yeah, Perkins needs to be tearing it. I mean, they're not necessarily tearing into them or tearing into Jalen Moore. I think the best thing that could happen on the next drive is to go back to him first play. But that's definitely one where maybe you don't throw that pass there, just throw it away instead. Corral looking to throw in 2nd and 10. Pass over the middle is caught by Jordan Thomas. Down to the 5. What a catch. Using his big body to just jump up and snag that ball. Nakua tried to get a hand in there. Couldn't force it loose. Jordan Thomas, fantastic threat on this part of the Stallion offense. Play action pass. Thomas caught. Touchdown Stallions. They cut back into this deficit. It's a 5-point Panther lead in the span of 30 seconds. In the span of 30-ish seconds, it went from a 17-point Panther lead to a 5-point Panther lead with 13:10 to play. And they kept some breathing room for the Stallions, making it only a 17-point game. They kept some breathing room in there. And the Stallions are gonna capitalize when they need to. if you give them the breathing room they need. The 2-point try from the 5. Corral alone in shotgun. 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left. To make it a 3-point game. Corral, the throw, pass, end zone, overthrown, incomplete. Looking for Deion Kane. Pass too far out of bounds. Incomplete. It's a 5-point game. Just like that. Head into a commercial break with 13:10 to play, and this being a 5-point game. With that, I will quickly be right back. All right, I'm back. We shall have a commercial break. I mean, yeah, maybe all of this is for naught, but I mean, it's still something that Birmingham desperately needed to happen. Yeah, the fumble definitely helps in that matter, but at the same time, it is those simple mistakes like the fumble there that are made in order that get made by the opposing team. Yeah. It's fumbles like that and like the pick six that happened earlier. The defense making plays is kind of the point of closer games. And yeah, I mean, but again, this is Michigan. Michigan has had this happen before. Maybe not necessarily against the Stallions in this capacity, but they've had games before against the Stallions where it felt like that they were in control at a point, and then they just found a way to lose still. There's a reason this team is 0-6, 0-7 against the Stallions. Now, I don't think they're going to fully end up blowing this one, but I wouldn't be completely shocked if they did, because it would be the most Panthers thing to have happen. Oh, 1 second. All right, just coming back from commercial break. Also, we have the attendance number for today's game. It is at just shy of 11,000 tickets sold. Hell yeah. I mean, they just need to shake off that fumble and keep doing what they were doing against on offense. So they keep doing what they were doing. Like they're still very much in control of this game. Which again, DC St. Louis is set to start in about 27-ish minutes. And we still got about 13:10 to play in this one. So we might be missing a little bit of the opening of that game, depending on how much longer this game lasts. Yeah, it is about damn time that the Stallions show up. A squib kick going to be returned beginning from about the 10. That's Xavier Malone has some room. Breaking tackles. And going to be brought down at the 37. Nearly able to break that one big. Instead, still a really good starting field position, but Bryce Perkins taking the field. And not necessarily gotta have a type of drive, but in a much needed drive. At 13:03 to play. Perkins and shotgun back to his right, going to keep it himself right side and going to pass it to Hikutini down the right side for a gain of about 6 or 7. I mean, it was always kind of a must-see matchup, even last year. It just wasn't this entertaining of a matchup. Last year was much more of a defensive, more so of a defensive matchups. This year has become more offensive focus. But like, yeah, this is going to be a must-see matchup for years. And I know there's been some talks or some like fan discussions about how to handle the conferences next year. I don't think you can separate Michigan, Birmingham, and St. Louis, DC. You need to keep those rivalries intact. As Perkins looks to throw in 2nd and 4, trying to find some time rolling right, keeps it himself. That's a horse collar tackle. Brought down for a gain of only 2, but there's going to be a horse collar tackle there on Carlos Davis. Personal foul, a horse collar tackle, and an attack on 15 to the end of that one. Yeah, you gotta be able to keep the good rivalries, but there's some talks about going like because again, the UFL is probably going to expand out west in some capacity, so you want to put the team out west in a conference that makes it so they don't have to travel as much, right? Even though it's probably still gonna do the whole hub city thing, but whatever. With like Arlington being the hub city for all teams, and then they travel out for games. It probably doesn't matter as much, but still, like ideally, you want them in a conference where it has more northern teams. That way, travel isn't as bad. But by doing that, you might separate some of the key rivalries. Handoff up the middle for Toa Tower on 1st down. Had some breakaway room there, but slips and only gains about 8. Like again, it's so if it's because the idea is they're gonna add a team in Ohio, most likely Seattle, and then they're gonna move around some, and then they're gonna probably put 2 teams more so in like southern areas as well. Maybe you put another one in like Pennsylvania or whatnot, but there's a very good chance that like St. Louis and Birmingham move to a different conference or move to the same conference. As a handoff to Tower once again is enough for the 1st down and a gain of 5. Yeah, I mean it's something that's gonna have to be worked out when like most likely we're gonna see some kind of relocation or expansion next year. Yeah, you definitely keep 2 conferences. I'm not saying to make it multiple or make it like the divisions aspect. You keep the 2 conferences and make it 5 in each. But just figuring out then what do you do with schedule, what do you do with the actual like teams in those conferences. Handoff once again to this time for Matthew Colburn, going to gain about 3. As we're kind of focusing on killing some clock here now as well as moving the ball down the field. I'm sure what they're gonna do first is announce the teams, and then they're going to announce the conferences when we get closer to the schedule announcement. Perkins alone in shotgun, ball on the +23. 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left. 2nd and 7. Perkins looking to throw. Pressure coming, gonna keep it himself up the middle. Has some room. That's a gain of 6. Inside the 20 to the 17. 3rd and short coming up. Yeah, exactly. Because if you have the 5 teams in each, you need to expand the season. Because I mean, it'd be 8 weeks of playing conference teams. Handoff up the middle for 3rd and 1 is Toa Tawa getting to the 11, a gain of about 7, or a gain of about 6. Yeah, it's a run defense that's kind of showing its cracks right now. Yeah, so again, you have 8 weeks of playing conference teams in a 10-week season with 5 teams in each conference. That means you have 2 weeks to play out of conference games, and that's going to be a tough thing to figure out. Perkins in shotgun back to his right, 2 receivers to each side, 1st and 10 from the 11. Perkins going to hand this off to Tower up the middle once again, inside the 5 to the 4, lowering the shoulder along the way, a 2nd and short coming up. I mean, what? They could extend it to a 12-week season. And that way you play 4 out of conference games, which would be the same as it is now. But it's still going to be tough to figure out a solid mesh between for non-conference games. Perkins in shotgun back to his right, 2 receiving options to each side. Handoff, Tawa, his third of the day. Toa Tawa, give him conference MVP. 4-yard touchdown rush puts them on top by 11 once again. Give him USFL Conference Championship MVP. I know that's not a thing, but give it to him. 3 rushing touchdowns on the day. Having one hell of a performance. 8:27 to play. It's back to a 2-possession lead. Ball on the 2-yard line for the 1-point try. Perkins in shotgun back to his right, 2 receiving options to each side. Perkins gonna give it to Tawa up the middle. He fights his way and gets in. 12-point lead, 8.5 to play. They could also do bye weeks and stuff. I mean, there's also talks about them shifting when the season starts. So if you make the season start earlier, there's some talks about like an early March start, which I wouldn't be completely opposed of. It might get in the way of some things, but I wouldn't be fully opposed to it. I'm saying get in the way of some things like on a personal end, like videos and stuff that I would want to make. But it's still an option that could happen. So if you make it start earlier and you add on some weeks, make it like you can make it a 15 weeks. You can make it a college style scheduling system where you have 12 games you play, you have 8 conference games, and then you have 4 non-conference. You pretty much have an SEC schedule. You have 4 non-conference, 8 conference, and you have some bye weeks in between. And then you can have it so whatever team it is can choose who from the other conference they don't want to play. And of course, if too many people say the same thing, you're going to have to force them to play, but it's definitely something you could do. As we're at commercial break, 8:27 to play. We're getting close and closer to the times interfering between the XFL and USFL Conference Championships. And I'm charging my keyboard off to the side here. That's why I'm dragging back a bit to make sure I don't accidentally send stuff in this Discord server I'm in. All right, just coming back from commercial break. I could definitely see preseason games helping as well, because we saw this year especially that the first 3 weeks were not entertaining football because of the fact that those were more so preseason weeks. But the issue with doing preseason games is those are not going to do well ratings wise, and you probably won't get them on most television. So you probably do more so, I won't say expedition, but you do like during training camp, you just do full on proper games as part of training camp. and you have that be a preseason, but you need to find a way for the early season to have the same impact that the later season does. Kickoff underway, going to be bouncing out the back of the end zone for a touchback. Yeah, you can put them on YouTube. You can do something with them, definitely. But you need to find a way to make it so you have the early season have the same impact as later season. Because that's where you're really going to bring in a new audience. Is they're going to see early, like in week 1, week 2, oh, there's this new football on. Let me tune in and see what it is. And you don't want them to be watching essentially preseason games as their first impression. That's what, like, I'm a big component of. If you want to get into a sport, you watch the playoffs, as that's that sport being played at its absolute best, and then you go from there. But obviously, that's not a great way to try and find the team because it's bandwagon stuff. Corral pass left side going to be dropped by Ricky Person through his hands and incomplete. 8:20 to play. Showing some more of just showing some good plays from here from Birmingham, going through a little highlight reel. Yeah, it's been a bit all over the place in this game for the Stallions. As there is a Stallion being taken off the field, is Deontay Brown. A little slow to get up after that play. Able to walk off under his own power, though. That's a good sign. So 2nd and 10, 8:22 to play. Corral and shotgun back to his left. 2 receivers to each side. Clock begins to tick. 2nd and 10 from the 35. Corral looking to throw. Stallion. Panther sends some pressure. Pass right side. Caught by an open Deon Cain. That's a first down and out of bounds after a gain of 12. All right, 1st and 10, under 8 minutes to play in this one. Brown shotgun back to his left, looking to throw. Pass right side is picked off. Intercepted going the other way. Arnold Tarpley has some room down inside the 40 to the 38. Overthrown by Corral. Receiver also slips there, but I don't think it would have mattered. And talk about daggers, that might be a big one. That's going to be a big one. In a 12-point game, that kind of throw too far inside, looking for Deon Cain on a dangerous keyhole shot. Is not the throw to make in that situation. I don't think if Jamar Smith stays in, they win. They needed Corral to give this team a spark, which he did. Maybe if at some point earlier you switched back to Jamar Smith, it would have worked, but I doubt it. I think Corral was the smart play entering the second half. But who knows? Perkins and shotgun back to his right. 3 receiving options to the right as well. Gonna hand this off to Tawa up the middle and going to work his way to the 30, a gain of about 8. Oh, the Texans are hosting Nick Chubb for a visit. Okay. That's interesting. Perkins and shotgun back to his right. 2 receiving options to each side. 7 minutes to play. They're starting to kill some clock here. Perkins going to keep it himself right side. Pass now to Hikutini down that's in the flat down that right side. Stays in bounds. Going to pick up the first down and then some gain of about 10. I mean, he was doing okay. He was 2 for 6 at the time of that interception. It wasn't great. I mean, he was missing guys he should have hit. It just felt like they needed a spark, and Corral gave him that spark. And the spark has since run out. So maybe now you think about going back to Smith, you can get the ball back. But it's gonna be, it was just not gonna be the Stallions game after a while. You can tell. Shifting the back to his left, Perkins and shotgun back to his left, handoff up the middle for Tawa, and going to get about 3 on the play. So they continue to just roll this clock. Under 6 minutes to play, we are about 7-ish minutes out from the start of the XFL Conference Championship, so this game needs to kind of get going a bit. Perkins in shotgun back to his right, 2 receiving options to each side, 2nd and 8 from the 24. Handoff up the middle for Matthew Colburn, going to fight his way and going to get about 2 or 3. Clock continues to run, 5.5 to play. So 3rd and 5. Oh yeah, the Panthers definitely needed this bad. I am watching this game on ABC to YouTube TV, but it should be on most US ABC channels. Hand off to Colburn, left side on 3rd and 5, gonna spin his way and fight, gonna pick up the first down. A gain of 5 exactly. Matthew Colburn, what a run. Gonna be able to keep killing this clock. I like it. We will see. Perkins in shotgun back behind him. 2 receiving options to each side. Ball on the 15.5. Going to hand this off up the middle for Colburn. And gonna get blown up. A loss of 2. 4 minutes to play in this one. Clock continuing to run. As the Stallions only have 1 timeout. And this game is looking to end before we have kickoff in the Battlehawks and Defenders game. Most likely it will be the case as we missed like a play or 2 of the opening drive. But we should be still getting 99% of that game. So 2nd and 12, 3:40 to play in this one. Perkins and shotgun back to his right. Going to hand this off to Tower up the middle. And stopped at the line for no gain. 3rd and 12 coming up. You'll be able to run this clock out to about the 2-minute warning before the 4th down play is needed. And Nick Chubb added to the Texans roster would be interesting. All right, clock continuing to tick. We have 3 minutes to play. 10 seconds on the play clock. 3rd and 12. Perkins in shotgun back to his right. 2 receiving options to each side. Handoff once again for Toa. Blown up behind the line. A loss of a yard. So it's going to remain a 2-possession game at a 15-point game. In theory, the Stallions still have a chance in this. There's 2:47 to play. We're going to have a timeout called, I believe, by the Stallions before his 4th and 13 play. So we're going to be cutting into the XFL Conference Championship quite a bit. But there's a final timeout called by the Stallions. There's a 4th and 13 and the field goal try coming up. Currently a 12-point game. This would make it a 15-point game and would force the Stallions to get some of the conversion attempts if on any future touchdowns they score. You know what I'm going to do real quick? I'm going to pull up on a different tab. As BT Potter is on for the field goal try, I'm going to pull up on a different tab real quick. I'm going to pull up the conference championship game. the XFL one to make sure we don't miss anything. We'll call both games for a bit. 36-yard try, ball is centered. It is up, and it is good. 15-point lead for the Panthers. There we go. With 2:43 to play. All right, and then the XFL Conference Championship is going to be on Fox, so we're going to pull that up here for a bit. There we go. Are they going to have to play that on FS1? Because Fox is having some soccer stuff going on. Let me check FS1 real quick. No, that's not there yet. I swear, Fox is pulling a fast one on me. I haven't seen any program updates yet. We'll see. From what I can tell, oh, there's something there. I'm still waiting for kickoff in this one. Okay, I guess they did push back kickoff of the XFL Conference Championship then. Cool. Kickoff underway, going to not bounce in the end zone. Going to be picked up finally inside the 5. Amari Rogers messed up that return, thinking it was going to bounce into the end zone. Instead, they will start this drive from the 19. And yeah, they push back, it seems, the XFL Conference Championship. That will now kick off at 6:25. They pushed it back, I think in part because of this game here between the Panthers and Stallions, and because there's still some soccer stuff going on Fox. So that got pushed back a bit. As we still have to finish this one. I'm still gonna keep Fox up open over here just in case. Yeah, that did get pushed back. Nick Chubb is expected to sign with the Texans. That's a nice signing for them. Yeah, the Stallions definitely need a retool for next year. This was a tough one. But I mean, there's still technically a chance for them in this. Corral and shotgun back to his left, 2 receivers to each side looking to throw. Pass right side is incomplete. Should have been picked off. But, yeah, not much going there. You bum knees. I think Nick Chubb will be a fine back even with the injuries. And him going to Houston means he's not going to be asked to do a whole lot. He's probably going to be a third down back for the Texans. More so a power guy, short yardage guy as well. I think he'll be just fine in Houston. I wanted Miami to sign him as our power back. Instead, we went with Alexander Madison, which I'm fine with. Corral gonna get sacked there on 2nd and 10. And they're saying a live ball. If so, it's picked up by the Panthers. Was that a fumble? Yeah, they're saying a fumble picked up by the Panthers. And talking about that, now that's definitely the dagger right there. Yeah, Mixon will be the main back. I believe they still have Devin Singletary. If not, I know for sure they have Damon Pierce still. So he'll probably be the actual second back. And then you're going to have Chubb as a third down power back type of role. Third down and short yardage. That's where Nick Chubb will be. And I think it'll work just fine. That's a really nice fit for Nick Chubb. Yeah, I'm not sure if that arm went forward. They're reviewing this. I'm not sure if that arm went forward. No, they're saying it didn't. So Perkins in shotgun, handoff to Matthew Colburn, left side. Gonna gain about a yard. And that'll bring us to the 2-minute warning. 2 minutes to play in this one. The Panthers gonna need a first down to be able to fully put the game away. We have 2 minute awarded. It's a 15-point Panther lead. But man, oh man. Talk about a dominant showing. Again, I want to say dominant in the same vein that like the Stallions win over Memphis last week was. But it's still a handled dominant performance. Even when the Stallions were coming back there in the early stages of the fourth quarter, you never truly felt like that the Panthers were blowing the game. But it was still one of those where, hey, there's something brewing here, maybe. And plus, again, it's only a 15-point game. It's a solid showing. The Stallions have a lot of retooling to do, though. I mean, they need to figure out that quarterback position pretty well. They need to figure out that linebacking room. I think that's one of their bigger weaknesses, is their linebacker room and their run defense. If they can figure that out for next year, I think they'll be fine. But the Panthers, man, they're going to be looking for revenge potentially. They're set up to now travel to St. Louis on Saturday for the UFL Championship. We're going to have a new champion, finally. It's been 3 years. We're going to have a new champion. But yeah, the Panthers look like by far and away the best team. And that's kind of what I was expecting. I know I'm pretty sure I had the Panthers third on my power rankings after everything. But I still felt like they were a really, really good team. But yeah, I mean, this is one of those games where I don't think the Panthers are fully satisfied, which is the scary thing. They put up 44, played really, really well, and I still don't feel like they're satisfied with this outcome. Oh yeah, that's still the Texas division to lose, for sure. It's a Texas division to lose, but I do think it's going to be a tough one for them to win. I'm not that high on the Colts. I'll go into more details with a bunch of stuff like next week once the UFL ends and I start doing my off-season reviews and season previews and whatnot for the NFL, but I'm not that high on the Colts. I think the AFC South is going to be a really interesting division to watch. Back from the commercial break for the 2-minute warning. Perkins in shotgun, back to his right. Two receiving options to each side. The first down will end it. And what's this camera angle? Pass right side to Bahikutini is caught. That's going to be enough for the first down. But what was that camera angle? They didn't even show the RPO aspect of that play. That was a bad camera angle. But he gets out of bounds, the clock will stop. But I do believe he got the first down. No, got just shy. 3rd and 1 coming up. And with him getting out of bounds, the clock stopped. But again, to pick up this first down here on 3rd and 1, that will just about do it in this one. Perkins handoff up the middle. And that's going to be enough. Gets the 1 yard needed. Matthew Colburn on the carry. The clock can begin to run. Oh yeah, if they play Daniel Jones, they're definitely going to surprise me this year in some of the games they play. I just still don't think they really have the pieces anymore. I'm more so thinking about that defense. That's where I'm worried about with the Colts more so. As there it is. The first knee down. And Bryce Perkins and the Michigan Panthers. It took 7 tries. But they finally take down the Stallions in when it matters most. In a great showing by the Panthers. They're the USFL Conference champions. They stopped the four-peat, and they have a trip to St. Louis on Saturday and a chance to be the UFL champions. Gonna need, I think, one more knee down here. Yeah, you need one more. And man, oh man. Michigan's going to be a tough team to beat for either St. Louis or DC. Going to be a real tough team to beat. But we are going to figure out who that other team is in a few moments. As we are awaiting kickoff between St. Louis and DC right now as well. That should be happening in a few minutes' time. I think the idea is it starts in about 10 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. 5, maybe 10. But if that will do it in this one. We'll stick with this stream, though. We'll stick with this one. Just do a long continuous one. The Michigan Panthers, your USFL Conference champion. Hell yeah. That's, again, an impressive victory for the Panthers. That was a nice showing. That was a real nice showing. All right. So let me get everything set up for St. Louis, DC real quick. And we're going to just keep it on this stream. Because why not? We'll keep that up for a bit. I'm going to quickly be right back as well to grab a drink. A few drinks. Yeah, we're about 10-ish minutes away from the XFL Conference Championship game from starting. So, again, do what you need in between now and then. I'll quickly be right back. All right, I'm back. And with that, let's change these out. Bam. So again, the Battlehawks were in this same spot last year. They put up not an egg, but they put up a lousy showing against San Antonio last year. This year is a matchup against DC. Not going to be any easier this year than it was last year. But we'll see if they're able to get it done this year, unlike they were able to last year. I gotta change the thumbnail. And now there we go. All's good. Yep, one game down, one more to go. It's playoff time. It is playoff time. Since we got some time in between as well, let me see what recent gridiron grids there have been. Yeah, I've not been really keeping up with gridiron grids like I should. That one's okay. Really, How good can no? Okay, that one's good enough. Yeah, I think some of these I would more so rather do as like a potential video, if anything. Yeah. Alright, that's fine. Alright, they're doing the ceremony for the Panthers right now, winning the USFL conference. As we await for kickoff between St. Louis and DC. Hopefully that game is a little bit more, I wouldn't say stakes, but a little bit closer down towards the final 2 minutes. And his last one, but that's still like not fully what I was not fully expecting the Panthers to be able to put up 44 against the Stallions. Boflash, I'm not sure if you're still here or not. What's going on with the Pirates and Paul Skeens? It's out here. Yeah, I mean, yeah, if they were gonna win, they had to put up 44. But even then, like, this game definitely could have been more so 27-24, something like that. But I mean, I just saw a stat about Paul Skeens over his last 7 starts. What do you mean he's pitching a 1.1 ERA and has won 1 game? That does not, like, what? That just doesn't make sense. All right, time to move over to Fox. As this game's underway here momentarily, Max Duggan warming up along the sideline. Yeah, that's fair bet. Yeah, it's true. They can't take about 30. I mean, yeah, about 30 to beat, especially for the Panthers. Yeah, about 30, at least 30 to beat the Stallions would be the safe thing to say. I mean, okay. Do you think Skeens gets traded before his arbitration ends? Or is he going to be stuck in Pittsburgh for the entirety of his arbitration? I wouldn't call that necessarily a bye week, but yes, that was a very good win for the Panthers. He's stuck like glue. Damn, that sucked. Yeah, again, that was a great win for the Panthers. And I knew you were joking about it being a bye week. I've said the same joke before. It's just like that's a great win. How much of that emotion is going to transfer over to Saturday? It's going to be a big test. As kickoff underway in the XFL Conference Championship, he bouncing out the back of the end zone for a touchback. DC will start from the 35-yard line. As a battle with Michigan on the line for these two teams. Yeah, that's true with the Stallions. I also think that their linebacking unit can be improved of for the Stallions. Because they just didn't feel like they had a true leader in that defense from the linebacking room that they really needed. Yamu and shotgun back to his right. 3 receivers to the right as well. First play of the game was a handoff up the middle for Deion Jackson and going to fight his way for a gain of 5 up to the 40. So we had one MVP candidate playing in the last game with Bryce Perkins. Here we have Jordan Ta'amu, another MVP candidate, more so of a traditional passer in terms of why he's an MVP candidate, but still be making some great plays for a much improved DC team from last year. As Ta'amu and shotgun back to his left, 3 receivers out wide to the left as well. Going to give this to Deion Jackson. He met instantly in the backfield, a loss of 7. Quinterio Cole read that play like a book. It's a 3rd and long coming up. That's true as well. Skip Holtz is a very, very up and down play caller. And I would not be surprised if it becomes time where he gives up the reins of being the primary play caller. 3rd and 11 coming up. I have St. Louis for this one. As Ta'amu and shotgun looking to throw on 3rd and 11. Pressure coming, gets the ball of it, gets rid of it quick. Pass left side, caught by Deion Jackson. Only going to gain 6 back to the 40. So a 3 and out for DC. And Ta'amu got drilled there by Peter Tamupenu. Gonna be a 3 and out. So very good start for this game for St. Louis. I don't remember exactly what play it was, but yeah, we talk about the drag routes. I want to say it was like a 3rd and 12 in the first half, where the Birmingham defense played prevent inside their own 20. It didn't make sense. And it's just all around, like, they need to improve that defense. They need to improve like the consistency of the offense. As the punt comes off clean, going to bounce to take a DC bounce, St. Louis bounce there, and be down inside the 15 at the 12 after it bounced at the 6. Yeah, the DC offense is what's really concerning me about this game for them. But I mean, if their defense plays even close to how it did in the first matchup, it's going to be a really, really good game. As there's a penalty marker down now as well. Oh, it's a face mask on St. Louis. We're going to push them back a little bit more before they start this one. Yeah, that's a different instance. The one I'm thinking about, I believe, was Malik Turner on caught that drag. But yeah, same point still applies. They played very soft. They only sent 4 and it just didn't work. Like, they needed to be more aggressive defensively, despite how risky that could be. As the Battlehawks, ball on their own 2-yard line after the penalty, dug in shotgun back to his right, 3 receiving options to the left. You have to go a long distance here to be able to get points up. Duggan, handoff up the middle for Sailors is going to gain about 1 yard, maybe that. And Jacob Sailor is going to be a massive part of this game for St. Louis. The ground game as a whole is going to play a massive role in this one. As that's been their bread and butter this year. If you're able to stop St. Louis's ground game and force them to pass, that's where the cracks really start to show. So 2nd and 9, Duggan in shotgun back to his right. 2 receiving options to each side. Going to look to throw here. Quick pass left side, incomplete off the mark. Looking for Akeem Butler. Some great defense there. As well as the ball just being off target. A 3rd and 9 coming up. Exactly. That's why that's gonna be a really fun battle in this one. The ground offense and the rush defense. And yeah, tackling is always gonna be an issue for some of these spring leagues, but Birmingham's looked crazy soft out there. Alone in shotgun, 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left. Gonna keep it himself up the middle. Max Duggan has room. It's past the 20, past the 25, down to the 26. The QB draw for Max Duggan picks up 23. Gives the offense some breathing room and a fresh set of downs. They spread the entire defense wide there. They went man-to-man, leaving the entire middle of the field open. And Duggan does the rest. I mean, I still like Brandon Silvers. He's still a solid player, but I do kind of agree that Duggan needs to play the full game. So Duggan in shotgun back to the left. You receive an options to left as well. Play action looking to throw. Duggan with time. Pump faking. And the ball comes loose. St. Louis falls on it in the backfield though. At the 16, the pump fake. Looking deep down the field, he pump faked. Then just didn't move. And it's Malik Fisher getting home and that's a... Duggan, if you're going to pump fake there, you need to then get out of the pocket. You need to get out of the pocket if you're not you're not Big Ben. Don't pump fake really. Get out of the pocket instead. Use your legs. Duggan in shotgun once again. A handoff up the middle for Jacob Sailors is going to get to about the 22. Picking up those yards right. Roughly picking up those yards right back. Really not much though. And a 3rd and 14 coming up. Fox is doing this really weird thing right now where they're occasionally showing the outside of the dome. It seems like that they want to go to commercial but are forced not to. It might have been a second time, but it's an issue though. Duggan in shotgun back to his right, 3 receivers to the left, looking to throw on 3rd and 14. Pressure coming quick, avoids 1 sack, still looking. Now gonna pass to the left side, going back shoulder, and it's incomplete. Looking for Jacor Pearson. That ball was underthrown. Not really a back shoulder pass, just underthrown. Nearly a great grab, but not much else going there. 4th and 14, 9.5 minutes to play in this one, and St. Louis now will send this one down. Maybe against the Renegades. I'm not fully remembering because it might have been the case. But either way, Duggan has been a pretty solid quarterback so far this year. Since becoming the starter in week 5. But yeah, it needs to work on some things, obviously. And that punt goes out of bounds at around the 33-34 yard line. And that's what DC will start their next drive as we head to a commercial break. No, you ride Duggan. I don't think Wilkins is going to be back at all this year. I have seen zero reports that Wilkins is even close to coming back. So you ride Max Duggan's your quarterback the rest of the way. You're gonna have Wilkins next year, which is a good thing. But yeah, there's no way that Wilkins is playing this year. I don't think. But I mean that does happen in football. I mean the NFL especially, you see it on deep shots over the middle. Oftentimes the receiver will turn over the wrong shoulder and lose the ball that way. Yeah, Brett, commercial break. Brad Marchand's considering staying in Florida, please. So again, real quick NHL talk, because the finals are going on right now. We're getting closer and closer to free agency there. The Panthers have 3 key players, really 2, but 3 key players. It might be a 4th one I'm blanking on. They have quite a few key players that you're going to look to keep come July 1st. Sam Bennett might be gone because he's going to be asking for like $10 million bucks. And that's way too much. But he's been a fantastic player these playoffs. Aaron Ekblad is a must keep amongst defensive men. Him and Forsling on that first pair cannot be separated. I believe there's another one that I'm blanking on who's a 3rd line or maybe 4th line guy, but again, blanking on it. And then there's Brad Marchand, who we traded for in the offs at the trade deadline. He's been very clutch for us these playoffs and playing well. He's someone we could realistically keep, especially if we don't sign either Bennett or Ekblad or the 3rd guy I'm blanking on right now, which I'm sorry about blanking on. But I mean, this Panthers team, I'm gonna be live for Game 5 of the Panthers-Oilers series, because that's at the same time as the UFL Championship game, so we'll be live for that game. Hopefully, it's Panthers in 5, but we will see. And we're just coming back from commercial break. Yeah, Nakua is a stud receiver. Handoff up the middle on 1st and 10, going to be a gain of about 7 there for Deion Jackson. Before the game, I thought the Stallions won. Yeah, I thought the Stallions would win. Yes, but obviously it didn't play out that way. I mean, the Panthers completely surprised me with how well they played in that first half, and they kind of rode that the rest of the way. They're ruling in a gain of 9 previously. Tiamu in shotgun play action looking to throw. Pressure coming, rolling to his right to buy some time, and now just sliding down for a loss of about 3. I'll admit, I was wrong with that Stallions prediction. I mean, it was about time that the Panthers finally get through those woes of playing the Stallions, but I mean, that was still an impressive performance. All right, third and 4. Tiamu back to throw, has time, pass right side is caught. Gonna be a gain of about 6 for Jaden Mickens. He picks up the 1st down. I do think St. Louis wins this one. Although again, it's not gonna be an easy matchup by any stretch of the imagination. As Tiamu, quick pass right side, gonna be dropped by Cornell Powell. Had some room to run after it. Was more focused on running afterwards and actually hanging on to that ball. And it's now 2nd and 10. Who's the guy I'm going? Nate Schmidt, I guess, is also another guy Florida would like to retain. Oh shit, Sam Miscavige entering restricted free agency this year? Damn. Tiamu in shotgun back to his left. 3 receivers to the left as well. 2nd and 10. Quick pass left side caught by Chris Rowland on the screen. Breaks off 1 tackle and picks up a 1st down, gain of 10. maybe 11, probably 10.5 there. And yeah, Perkins has given Michigan so much of an advantage in games and given them so much leeway. And it's also a case of like now ever since they've fully committed to Perkins being the starter and him playing full games, they have looked like so much better of a team than before. Tiamu play action, looking to throw on 1st and 10, has time, pass deep over the middle, has a man, and caught. Touchdown DC. Seth Williams. They get on the board first. What a catch. High point in that one over 2 defenders. And that's how the scoring starts. But yeah, Bryce Perkins is a great RPO passer, and he's gonna be on the NFL roster next year. That's very similar to how the first meeting between these two teams started as well. DC got on the board first with a deep shot just like that. That's a hell of a grab. And a great throw as well. Perfect way to get things started for DC. The 1-point try from the 2 to make this a 7-point game early. Tiamu and shotgun back behind him. 2 tight ends in as fullbacks. Handoff left side for Deion Jackson. He stood up and no good on the conversion try. It remains a 6-point DC lead as we're going to see St. Louis get the ball for the first time in decent starting field position and not started from their own 2-yard line. I would see. I say Perkins can be on NFL roster. I'm not sure if he'll be on a week 1 roster, but as quarterbacks start going down with injury or start underperforming, I could see a team picking him up. I think my main thing is I could see him back in Los Angeles with the Rams, where he won a Super Bowl as the backup. I could also see him in just a team with a very similar, I could also see him on a team with a very similar scheme. So like if unfortunately Tua goes down again and both of our backups and both Ewers and Wilson aren't playing that great, I could see him going there to Miami. I could see him in San Francisco if Purdy goes down. Seattle as well as another option, but I think they're fine with Darnold for the time being. Ravens is a good bet as well. I think Josh Johnson is still a backup that they have. I'm not sure if he is their QB2. I just know he's on the roster. I want to say they have someone else though. I can check real quick. The depth chart. Yeah, so their backup is Cooper Rush, and then they have Devin Leary. So yeah, Baltimore could be a spot as well. But I just don't think he fits with that scheme that they got going on there. I think the Rams are the best fit. I don't believe they play the Cowboys this year. No Cowboys on the schedule. And yeah, like he definitely has a fit there in Baltimore. He definitely has a fit there in Baltimore. I just think you want to go somewhere where it's somewhat RPO heavy, and that's not really Baltimore's MO. At least to the same extent as other teams like the Rams and the Shanahan style. We have winning records against us. Yeah. I don't think they're rushing to replace Stafford yet. That's the thing. I think Stafford still wants to play for a few years. And like the Rams will replace Stafford when they absolutely need to. Like their QB room for the Rams, real quick, it's Jimmy G backup, Denson Bennett third string. You could definitely slot Bryce Perkins in there after how well he has played. Exactly. Stafford is very safe in LA for the net for really as long as he wants, as long as they don't have a massively disappointing season. Kickoff underway, going to be returned beginning from the 7 as Blake Jackson on the return gets up past, gets to the 25-yard line. So they'll start from there. I mean, yeah, you can start thinking of his replacement right now. I don't think it's smart to. I mean, I think you have to go based off what his contract is and plan it around that. No, the Browns are not going to be trading. The Browns are not going to be trading Shedeur. They gave him a pretty big contract for a 5th-round pick. Duggan in shotgun and back to his right, tight end to his left. Play action looking to throw on 1st and 10. Pass right side caught by Steelers for a screenplay. Cuts up field. Going to gain about 8 or 9. Yes, that's that, Bennett. That would be funny. Yeah, but I mean, I'm not sure if Shedeur even gets playing time. It's a weird situation. Browns is a likely bet as well because of their constantly shifting quarterback situation. Duggan going to hand this off up the middle on 2nd and 1 for Jacob Sailors. That's a gain of about 2 or 3, enough for the first down. Browns is somewhat safe bet. I'm still thinking like a reunion in LA is fine. Okay, Stafford has 2 more years left in his contract, including this year. So yeah, maybe you start focusing on a replacement in next offseason. But they're probably going to extend him for another like 1 or 2 years after that. Duggan alone in shotgun. 3 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. Ball on the 36. Going to keep it himself right side for a design QB keeper. That's going to get about 8. Weirdly enough, I don't think the Giants will be that big of a punching bag. But yeah, they're definitely in a very weird spot. Especially at the quarterback position. I mean, like, Jameis Winston, Russell Wilson, and you have Jackson Dart too. You'll probably start by midseason, I would say. Even though he doesn't need to, I could see him starting a few games down the stretch. 2nd and 1, Duggan in shotgun, back to his right, 2 receiving options to each side. Ball on the 45. Play clock winding down. You get the snap off in time. Handoff up the middle for Sailors. Has some room. Sprinting his way past midfield down to the 48. I mean, they have the roster to do that same strategy of starting everyone else, like starting a bunch of quarterbacks. Oh, I did not realize that. Thank you, Ball Flash. Yes. I could have sworn to hit that, but yes, thank you. Duggan in shotgun, gonna keep it himself right side and just gonna slide down for a loss of 1. I mean, the Giants are in a weird spot for sure. You're in a very weird and tough spot this year. I think they're fine with it though. They need to take a step back and really look at this roster. Which is why I don't like that they drafted Jackson Dart or that they signed the guys or signed Russ and Winston. Because you do one or the other, you don't do both. Duggan in shotgun gonna keep it himself left side for a read option. Not gonna be able to go anywhere with this one. Loses 4 on the play. And now you're in a passing down. You're third and 15. May have only said a loss of 3, but either way, it's a 3rd and long. Yeah, 3rd and 14. I mean, like now you're in a. I don't like the back-to-back read options, and Duggan runs. That's the better way to put that. 3rd and 14. Duggan in shotgun, back to his left. 3 receivers to the right. Guys, get the snap off soon. 5 seconds left on the play clock. Duggan to throw. Has time. Pass left side, overthrown, incomplete. Off the mark, looking for Gary Jennings. They're going to have to send this one down once again. Yeah, and that's why they should not have drafted Jackson Dart. Because if they have another bad year, Dable is gone, Joe Shane is gone. You're going to have a completely new front office, and it's going to mess up the development of Jackson Dart. Hunt comes off clean. Going to be let bounce at the 15. I picked up at the 8. Trying to find some room, gets down to about the 15. Drove just fair caught or whatever. I don't know why Beck does the things he does. But again, that's just St. Louis' style this year, I guess. 2 minutes to play in the first quarter. We're heading to a commercial break. Yeah, Jacksonville desperately needs a playoff appearance. If they don't, I would not be surprised if Doug Peterson is gone. I think he's starting to get on the hot seat. But yeah, Jacksonville is one of those teams where they need to improve this season. I don't think they will all that much. I mean, yeah, Travis Hunter is gonna definitely help that team, but they're still just a team that they bought in on 1 year of Trevor Lawrence. They bought in on 1 year, hell, one playoff game of Trevor Lawrence, and they really, really bought in on that, and they're not going to get the same results consistently. Yeah, in theory, it's all uphill from here, but they need to prove it. It's going to be a tough season. They have the pieces for sure, but can Doug Peterson really get the best out of it? Wait, no, never mind. They already fired Doug Peterson. Yeah. Never mind. They have a new coach now, right? Yeah. So we'll see. Completely new front office already. I'm all over the place. Yeah, and that's another great point is because they bought in on that Trevor Lawrence stuff, they're in a very tough spot cap-wise. So we'll see how that impacts things in that roster construction, but I mean, you better hope you can capitalize when you better hope that you can capitalize right now when Travis Hunter is not going to be asking for a shit ton of money. Like when Travis Hunter is up for his first big contract, he's not going to stay in Jacksonville if you cheap shot him. And that's a lot of teams, Buff Flash. Like we see in the NFL constantly that like some really good teams, just the style of play they like to play doesn't translate to the playoffs. And St. Louis could be another case like that. It's weird, even though they did completely change everything. Yeah, Trayvon Walker is going to be an interesting contract situation. They're not going to be able to pay him the amount he wants. But at the same time, he hasn't really done anything truly special to warrant a big market contract, so probably be able to keep him. Yamu shotgun back to his left. 3 receivers to the left, ball in the 15. Go into play action, look to throw, pass left side, caught by Roland. Met instantly at the line for no gain. Green play goes nowhere thanks to Nick Whiteside making the tackle at the line. Yeah, there's been times where the first and second pick have played together. None like instantly pop out, but I'm sure that they have been instances of that. Yamu and shotgun back to his right, 2 receivers to each side, looking to throw in 2nd and 10. As some time pass left side is incomplete. Threw it behind Chris Rowland and couldn't hang on, incomplete. This is Trayvon Walker's last year of his rookie contract. You have the 5th-year option, but you're not gonna want to pay him that. Yeah, they won the AFC South when the division was at its weakest. Had a great comeback against the Chargers in the playoffs. It wasn't enough, and that's not enough to give Trevor Lawrence that kind of a contract. Time to throw in 3rd and 10. Pressure coming, rolling right to buy some time. Still looking down the field, passing right side. Has a man that's caught by Chris Rowland along the sideline for a gain of 14-ish and picking up the first down. Same position would be a different story about that. I'm not sure if that has happened. But Detroit doesn't have the money to pay Trayvon Walker either. That's the other thing. Hell, they still need to pay Aiden Hutchinson, I believe. I don't think he's gotten paid yet. Play action looking to throw. DC, Utami with some time. Pass right side. It's caught by Cornell Powell. Another gain of about 15 on the play. And that'll bring us to the end of the first quarter. So 15 minutes in the books. The first quarter ends with some back-to-back nice plays there from DC as they look to extend this lead. Let me make sure. Yeah, I mean DC through the air, been very kind of hit or miss in this game, but more hits than misses. Oh, true. Yeah, it was a 5th-year option, huh? Oh no, his final year of his contract is this year, so they need to make a decision on his 5th-year option next year, next offseason. Yeah, Hutchinson would definitely be getting paid. Like they have Hutchinson to pay, they have Gibbs to pay, they have St. Brown got paid already, I believe. So they have Hutchinson, Gibbs, eventually Brian Branch, eventually Terrion Arnold. You have Pennice who got paid. That was Like those are 4 guys with all defense. Mainly, they have 4 guys right there coming up on paydays. Add on Trayvon Walker to that. I mean, I guess the other question is how much longer does Jared Goff have on his deal, which is a pretty team-friendly deal, all things considered. Oh yeah, Jameson Williams is gonna need to take a little bit of a pay cut for sure. Damn, Spot Check doesn't have Jared Goff's contract. Fine then. Yeah, Jameson Williams is definitely gonna need to take a little bit of a pay cut. Yeah, he got paid last year, but how much longer does that have? Yeah, Sewell Armaron Decker got paid. Frank Ragnow just retired. That's going to play a factor into things. Was it a 3-year contract? That would make sense, yeah. JMO's on his last year of his deal as well. So in the span of one off season, you're gonna have JMO, Hutchinson, and I believe Brian Branch all up for a contract. Yeah, Brian Branch will be entering his 3rd year of his deal. So next offseason, you have 3 guys you need to pay. Not gonna be easy to figure that stuff out, but if any team can, it is the Lions. As the second quarter is underway here momentarily. Yeah, Kirby got paid. I don't know. The Jameson Williams contract situation is going to be interesting despite it not being the main focus. Yamu handoff left side for Abram Smith to begin the quarter. Can have some room, and that's a first down carry. A gain of 11, maybe 12. right. Some solid running there. At this point, I'm kind of curious about the Lions totally. Yami with shotgun back to his right, pass left side, pass right side. I mean, caught by Chris Rowland, going to be another big gain of about 9. All right, Tiamu going to give it to Smith once again up the middle. That's a gain of about 4 or 5, enough for the first down. First quarter was a lot of pass plays. This quarter so far been a lot of the ground plays. I'm going to close this finally. Yeah, DC is starting to really lock in here. Not a great sign. Moving the ball with ease right now. Tiamu shotgun back to his right. They have tripled the amount of yards that St. Louis has on the day. 3 receivers to the right as well. Ball on the plus 30-yard line. Tiamu going to hand off up the middle for Abram Smith. Break off 1 tackle, going to get 6. Just easy stuff here. Yeah, and the Lions being in that spot after all the years of being in the opposite situation must feel really good. But none of that, just that much more pressure. Pass right side on 2nd and 4 is caught by Cornell Powell. He's going to gain about 4 and pick up the first down. Yeah, DC is clicking on all cylinders right now. This is St. Louis. St. Louis is not sticking up right now. And yeah, he got the first. Got exactly the 4 yards needed, I believe. So under 12:20 to play in this first half. Tiamu and shotgun back to his left. 2 receiving options to each side. A handoff right side for Deion Jackson has room. The 10, the 5, down to the 3. Deion Jackson, man, just running well. Yeah, St. Louis not showing up. I mean, this is. To be fair though, I can't say that St. Louis's defense is not the only things that have not shown up today. I'm not sure what's going on with this crowd. For a playoff game, looks nothing like it did. Looks nothing like it did throughout the season. Tiamu and shotgun back behind him. 1st and goal, and the play clock was going to expire. They called their first timeout. I don't know what happened. 11:33 to play in the first half. Heading to a commercial break due to timeout. Yeah, St. Louis's defense. They showed up in the first drive, but not much since. Yeah, Deion Jackson has been running well all season for DC. He's kind of been forced to be the primary back, as Abram Smith is still clearly like nursing something, nursing his injury. But Deion Jackson is really exploded in that role. Oh yeah, I mean, Michigan is praying that DC can hold on to a lead like this. I mean, like when DC and Michigan played each other earlier on in the season, it was a no contest match between the two. So like DC is hoping for Michigan's hoping for a DC win. Handoff up the middle for Deion Jackson, the 1st and goal. Gonna get stood up. The 2nd effort. They're saying he gets in there? No shot. I mean, yes, he does on the push afterwards, but his forward progress is stopped well before that extra push comes in. It's Deion Jackson on the touchdown run. Like, come on, his forward progress is stopped there. You need to blow that whistle. That's a crazy no whistle. All right, a 2-point try from the 5-yard line now for DC. Tiamu and shotgun back to his left, 3 receivers to the right. Ball on the 5. Tiamu looking to throw. Has time. Pass back end zone. Wide open. Cornell Powell. 14-0 lead for the defenders. And this game could get ugly quick if St. Louis can't do anything on this next drive. Yeah, that is true with those pile pushing rules. I mean, the Packers are trying to figure that out because of the whole because of just saying, hey, let's just remove that type of rule in general. But obviously, it didn't go through. We'll see though. It's all with stuff that's like very, very clearly a subjective call. You're gonna struggle with that a lot of times. We're at commercial break. 14-point lead for the defenders. St. Louis is going to need an offensive drive here. They're going to need a drive here. Yeah, there's definitely other means of making the tush push not as successful instead of just removing that ability to even run that play in the first place. But at the same time, it's like it's essentially a different version of the QB sneak, and the QB sneak already is a very, very high percentage success play. So there's not much you can really do about it. Yeah, and that's the tough part is like different people interpret the rules differently. Which duh. But like it means that any different ref crew is gonna call the game completely differently, and to the point where you have very small departments in NFL locker rooms. But you have departments that are purely there to look to see what ref are we get in this game, how do they call a game, and where do we go from there. Because a game plan can shift depending on the ref crew. I mean, we see that it's more so seen in the NHL, especially come playoff time. In playoff time, the refs can let a lot slide. So if you get the correct ref crew in the playoffs in the NHL, you're gonna see some very physical and some very questionable plays not get called. Yeah, that's true as well. And it's all just weird with how everything is. And that's why, because of the high risk for the quarterback, that's why you see some teams recently have been lining the tight end up under center to run the QB sneak instead. Which that's not a bad option, but that's probably not going to catch on the same way. Kickoff underway, going to be returned beginning from about the 1-yard line for Gary Jennings, who gets up past the 20, gets to about the 25, maybe 26 there. So some okay starting field position for St. Louis. You're going to need a drive here, though. Going to absolutely need a drive here. Going to be an interesting test. Duggan and shotgun back to his left. 3 receiving options to the right. 1st and 10 from the 25, looking to throw. Pass over the middle is caught, and there's some room there. 1st down and more. Hurdling his way to the 40, maybe 41. Jake Sutherland on the reception. Yeah, but that's the issue with having a tight end there, so you know what's coming. But if you don't have a quarterback, you feel comfortable running the QB sneak, you need to find other ways to go about it. Of course, you could like fullback dive and all that, but those are very hit or miss. Duggan and shotgun back to his left, 2 receiving options to each side. Looking to throw once again. Duggan with some time, going to step up and take it himself up the middle. Gonna get a gain of about 5 on the play. Yeah, again, like, there's ways to stop it, but like I think something like that is very like it's all about timing to stopping the tush push and the QB sneak. The best player to ever have that kind of instinct was Troy Polamalu. I've been watching some old Steelers games again recently. Man, I forget how much of a freak athlete he was. Handoff up the middle for Jacob Sailors on 2nd and 4. Gonna break some tackles and fight his way for a first down and then some past the 45 to about the plus 44. 10 minutes to play in the half, and the Battlehawks have entered plus territory for the first time today. Yeah, true. And it's all that whole like play success percentages. There's weird how it's calculated. Dugging his shotgun back to his left, looking to throw. Has some time on 1st and 10. Gonna try and avoid some pressure. Unable to and sacked. Back near the 40. What was that? 47? Had some time there. Stepped up and DC collapsed the pocket. He had Gary Jennings. He had Gary Jennings and went to end, but got to that progression late. That's a tough one to miss. Handoff up the middle for Jarvion Howard on 2nd and 14 is going to go nowhere. Back to the line of scrimmage. And 3rd and 14 coming up. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Kelsey will always be a big proponent of keeping that kind of play in the game because he's a center, he's all that. Again, I'm not saying to get rid of it, but you need to allow the defenses ways to try and better stop it. That don't get caught. Like, again, that don't completely ruin the game. 3rd and 14, Duggan alone in shotgun, looking to keep it himself. You run a QB draw on 3rd and 14 from bunch. From a soft bunch, you run a QB draw on 3rd and 14. I am mind blown at that play call. Yeah, that's true as well. That needs to be figured out as well. But that's a whole different conversation to have. Gonna be fair caught at the 15. Punt comes off clean. 7.5 to play in this one. Oh, penalty down on this as well. That's what this is. And yeah, Sirianni is gonna be upset whenever stuff doesn't go the Eagles' way because he's the coach. He wants things to constantly be good. So I'm not surprised by that. After the play of an unnecessary roughness on DC, gonna push them back to begin this drive. Well, you can't do that. You can't ban a QB from running the ball. That's just a no-go. Win for the league. Yeah, it seems like it. We're heading to a commercial break. But like again, a QB draw on 3rd and 14 could work. Not from bunch formation. You need to spread everyone out to run that play in that situation. The same thing you did on the opening drive, where it got about 25. You spread everyone out, see if the middle of the field is open, and then you run the play. But when you run bunch, you can't see if that's open or not, and thus the play doesn't work. Yeah, I mean it's one of those things where the tush push is more so funny, every time it comes up because it's just like, okay, here he goes again. And you know the discussion is going to follow with. But yeah, I mean, I think it maybe not challengeable, but those penalties should definitely be reviewable from the replay center. So that way, like, they can take a second look at it. But obviously, like, if you open up where that gets challenged, you open up to a similar situation that the pass interference challenges caused, which just weren't anything special in the first place because they handled it poorly. But I definitely think that, like, those type of plays, every unnecessary roughness should go through the command center at least once, unless it's clear and obvious, right? Yeah, it's a baffling play call there on 3rd and 4th. It doesn't make sense. Yes, I think it's just half the distance to the goal because it would have started at the 15 anyway. All right, safe travels, Ball Flash. Yep, there you go. Talking about Jordan Teamu again. He's been having a great season this year, an MVP candidate, having a great game today as well. 108 yards and a touchdown. They're going to start this drive from the 2-yard line. Yeah, that's the thing. The NFL does not like people questioning the refs, and most professional sports don't. But you at some point you need to hold them accountable. And the snap gets bobbled. They're going to be a free play anyway, I think. A bad snap, and Deion Jackson falls on it at the 1-yard line. We'll see what his penalty is. I believe it'll be a offsides or encroachment. Yep, offsides on St. Louis. So they get some much needed breathing room. So 1st and 5 coming up from the 7. But that was... What was the center doing? That's true as well. Yeah, the NHL, the NHL definitely can't afford refs to get called out. I still wouldn't say the NHL prefers when refs get called out. I also wouldn't really say that they have some of the best refing in pro sports. I mean, they do miss quite a few calls, like every ref does. But I will say the NHL is one of the more transparent of the main 4 sports in North America when it comes to the referees. And I like that. Or big 4 sports leagues, I should say. But at the same time, like, even NHL refs could be a lot better. Jamu and shotgun back to his left, 1st and 10 after he kept it himself on 1st and 5 to pick up 6. Jamu to throw, pass over the middle, is caught by Braylon Sanders for a gain of 8, a former Miami Dolphin right there making some plays. Second and 2 coming up. I mean, once a quarterback goes past the line of scrimmage, the same rules that apply to any other player should apply to him when it comes to unnecessary roughnesses and stuff. Which is not fully what's the case. Jamo throwing deep, right side for Sanders, going to be incomplete. Bounces off the helmet of a St. Louis defender there. 3rd and 2 coming up. Is Miles Jones in coverage. If only he was able to turn his head and pick that ball off. Yeah, it bounces right off his helmet. Yeah, DC has been playing really well in this game. And I do agree that it is NHL, NFL, MLB, NBA in terms of officiating. Hand off to Deion Jackson left side, finds a crease and picks up the 1st down and more, down to the 30, a gain of roughly 8. All right, man. That's a nice carry from Deion Jackson. Somehow finds that hole. It's blocked so well. Like that is blocked so well. I mean, you have three Battlehawks defenders all crashing towards the middle when you run in an outside zone. It's gonna work. Yamu and shotgun back to his right. Quick pass left side is caught and out of bounds. Cornell Powell for the gain of 6. Weirdly enough, I would say y'all's game, the Michigan Birmingham game, I would more so lean towards that being the championship game. Because with how Michigan played in that game, I'm not sure which of these two teams can beat them. Yamu to throw, rolling out to his right to buy some time. Pass right side is caught for the first down. That is Abram Smith on the reception, I believe. Gets the 4 needed exactly. And able to keep this drive going. Yeah, they're playing a really nice brand of football right now. Like they're just not phased by anything that St. Louis is throwing at them. Oh, I do thank you. Yamu and shotgun back to his left, looking to throw. Pass right side, picked off! Intercepted going the other way. Miles Jones has room and out of bounds inside the 20 at the, about 17. Yep, should have just left it there. Miscommunication on that one. Jordan Teamu threw it directly to Miles Jones. Oh my. That's the play St. Louis needed. And a great return on top of it. Yeah, put St. Louis actually probably near the 22. I think he stepped out just shy there after hurdling Teamu. But there is that one pass a game where it really makes you question Teamu's ability. With 3:35 to play in the first half, I believe we're heading to a commercial break. Yeah, game definitely could have just changed just like that. I'm pretty sure the same thing happened in the last game where we're talking good about something and then media next play shit went south. It's fun. It's funny. Yeah, that was just really bad miscommunication. I don't know exactly who was on that outside. I want to say it was Cornell Powell, but he ran a stop and go. Yamu thought he was just gonna stop, so he threw that Sid. True, and them not being packed away is definitely it's definitely a game changing type play. Especially if they can find the end zone here, it's definitely gonna have a massive impact. Yeah, I mean that's just a yeah. If they don't get any points on this, it's shocked. They should get at least a field goal. They're on the plus 22-yard line. At the same time, you need a touchdown on this drive. With that good starting field position, you need a touchdown. But we'll see. You know, the other funny part is on top of forgetting to move the possession before that interception, I also forgot to move what I used for the scores to make sure that I wasn't going to accidentally give points to St. Louis if DC scored. That was just all off the game there. As with just coming out of commercial break, I believe. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, 3:35 to play, just coming out of commercial break. Yeah, and 3 isn't enough, but it's something. At this point, you need something. That's the key thing. Oh, it was Braylon Sanders on that outside with the miscommunication. Yeah. Miles Jones, hell of a play. Now, again, if they can capitalize, that really puts St. Louis back in this. It gives them some much needed momentum. That was Teamu's first interception in 128 attempts. Nice. The ball on the 21. Duggan in shotgun back to his left. 3 receiving options to the right looking to throw. Duggan pass left side and incomplete, but a penalty marker down. Looking for Akeem Butler. He was never able to break back on that ball. DeAndre Baker going to be called for the DPI. Honestly, there might be 2 penalties on him now because he took off his helmet during the play, or like right after the play. Yeah, tried to throw that to Akeem Butler. Was really off the mark with it. But DeAndre Baker never let Butler go back to the ball. That's the big thing. And then, yeah, right after the flag is thrown, DeAndre Baker rips off his helmet. So you have the DPI on Baker. And then after the play, I'm supposed to be like conduct on DeAndre Baker. So it's going to be first and goal from the 2. Yeah, and takes off his helmet. So like, here's the thing with that. Even if they wanted to challenge the DPI, they still have the after the play penalty, so it's not gonna matter. That even if he has a handful of jersey, it's definitely DPI. But let's say hypothetically it wasn't, and they challenged it and they got the challenge successfully. Even if that, they still have the after the play penalty on Baker for no reason. Duggan in shotgun back to his left, 3 receiving options to the right. First and goal from the 2. Handoff. Sailors up the middle. There it is. Touchdown St. Louis. They get on the board finally. And it is potentially the offensive player of the year in Jacob Sailors getting the job done. He is a top 3 candidate for that spot. And he has been having a fantastic season. He puts St. Louis on the board first in this. Yeah, the jinxes, man. Those happen quite frequently. His Quay Walker impression. Yeah, I was more so thinking of DJ Moore in that game against Atlanta a few years back. We caught that borderline Hail Mary pass. All right, the 1-point try from the 2. Duggan in shotgun back behind him. 2 receiving options to each side. Touch pass gets blown up. Tried some trickery there on the touch pass to Blake Jackson from the tight end position. And 3 defenders just swarmed him. It remains an 8-point game. But still some really nice shifting of the momentum in this one. Bad call on the conversion attempt. But you still feeling fine. 1 penalty might as well make it 3, yeah. In the NFL, that's like a whatever thing, because you can't accept all of them. But in the UFL, when you can challenge a penalty, if you really do not think you pass interference, you held or whatever, try your damn hardest to not get a second penalty, so that way your team can challenge it. As we're at commercial break, after the Jacob Sailors 2-yard touchdown run. Oh, the Browns did try to keep Nick Chubb. I felt like that would have been a good fit, him going back to Cleveland, but didn't work out that way. We'll see. I get started next week. I'm gonna go through a bunch of. We're gonna begin the process of reviewing a bunch of teams' off seasons and during training camp, and going from there. We're getting back to the NFL coverage beginning next week. After a few months of UFL taking over. Yeah, that's not a bad idea either. You make it so it's NFL extra points for the 1 point try, and you keep the 2 and 3. I'm not opposed to that. And I think I've seen reports about that potentially being a route they go. But we'll see. I think there's some charm to having the 1 point try as well. I'm sure that definitely would have helped as well. But at the same time, I mean, I'm sure part of the issue was just that not only this year but the whole outlook of Cleveland is not really in a good spot. And yeah, it's just they couldn't agree on a deal, so it was a pay thing. Because I'm sure Nick Chubb still wants to get paid decently well, because this would be his second contract in the league. So I'm sure that's part of the issue, and him coming off of the injuries he has, no, the Browns didn't want to pay him that much. Yeah, that's a fair reason as well for adding an extra point back to things. It's just making sure that because the kickers and special teams is where a lot of these guys are gonna end up as starters at some point. Yeah, kickoff underway, going to be returned beginning from the 5. And that's Jaden Mickens with some room down the right side, can get up to the 37. I mean, yeah, maybe that's what Chubb did, but you can tell there are all the reports that he wanted to be back in Cleveland. It's just coming off of he already was coming off of that devastating injury in 2023, followed by getting injured to end last season as well. The Browns were not going to pay him that much money when they had a bunch of other issues to work out as well. So he's probably taking still a pay cut in Houston, but at least that's a team where he can play for a championship, unlike Cleveland. Yami with shotgun handoff up the middle is to Deion Jackson for a gain of 2. Yeah. I definitely do agree that we need to see more of the kickers from the UFL in the future. Because like most of these guys are getting like 20 attempts a year. Which yeah, that's me which isn't a lot. Yami with shotgun back to his left, 2 receivers to each side. Quick throw left side is caught. Breaks one tackle is Seth Williams. Makes one man eat the dirt and gonna get out of bounds after a gain of about 20. Good shit, Seth Williams. He's been a breakout star. That is true as well. Yeah, Myles Garrett became what, the highest paid non-quarterback in history. An insane contract that still makes no sense. Tamu and shotgun gonna keep it himself up the middle here on the RPO and going to get about 7. Yeah, and we heading to a 2-minute warning, by the way. Yeah, that's exactly the type of guy Nick Chubb feels like as well. That's why I'm like he goes to Houston, where I don't think CJ Stroud has been paid yet. He might have been this offseason. I'm just forgetting about it. But like, where you have a guy with a rookie contract. No, yeah, this is his second year, so he's gonna get paid soon, but he has not been paid yet. But you go into a team where they can pay you that little bit extra money, at least in his first year, to entice you to come in. It's a nice landing spot for Nick Chubb. All right, you think DC would beat Michigan? I don't know. The last time these two teams played, the last time the Panthers and Defenders played, it was a pretty handily victory for the Panthers. I'm Hey, Nick Chubb in Cincy would be a good fit as well. It's just not going to happen. It seems like him and Houston have already agreed onto a deal, and they're just waiting for the physical tomorrow in order to finalize it. But I do still think that Cincy needs a little more help on the running back room. They could have a breakout guy this year, but I do still think they need someone from that room to either massively step up or to bring someone in. Yeah, that's another good point. It's like the Panthers played that well earlier today that I'm not confident in either of these teams can beat the Panthers. I mean, again, it's all going to be up to Tiamu. It's going to be up to the offense if they can avoid penalties and stuff, avoid penalties, avoid turnovers, and kind of like keep things in check. But they're in control of this game. I mean, yeah, that's true about Flash, but at the same time, I mean, yeah, we've been over this before. The CNC defense is going to be the issue with them this upcoming season, as well as I believe not having a really true reliable receiver three. But we'll see. We'll see how some of the other guys can go. There's 2 minutes left in this first half. 2nd and 3 coming up for DC, just coming back from commercial break. That XFL Conference Championship trophy looking beautiful. Tiamu and shotgun back to his right. 3 receivers to the right as well. DC has been dominating this game. Tiamu going to hand this off up the middle for Deion Jackson. That's a first down and more. Inside the 25 to the 24. Deion Jackson running really, really well. Yeah, exactly. You're going to need your defense to step up a bit. And I mean, like, that's like that Miami Cincy game in week, 16? That game could be either a complete another shootout or it could be a blowout. Like there's no in between for that. Tiamu and shotgun back to his left. 3 receivers to the right. Ball on the 24. Tiamu looking to throw. Pressure coming. Pass right side is incomplete. Hida Tamupenu should not be unblocked no matter the circumstance. He was there. Got home again instantly and forced that bad pass. Clock now is also stopped with 1:24 to play. St. Louis does get ball to begin the second half. I mean, they also need to figure out that Trey Hendrickson situation because at this moment, I'm not sure if he's playing next year for them without a new contract. Tiamu and shotgun looking to throw in 2nd and 10. Pressure coming. Pass right side is a throwaway incomplete. St. Louis starting to send some good blitzes here. That one was a corner blitz off the right side. They got home. 3rd and 10, and the clock stops once again with 1:18 to play. The thing is, you don't want to give St. Louis too much time with all 3 timeouts. So with 1:18 to play in a half, I mean, what choice do you make here? Well, they begin their choices by calling their second timeout, as they're not going to break the huddle and get the snap off in time. Yeah, the contract issues, but also they constantly start slow. It feels, and they exit the first month of the season 2-2, 1-3 when they really should be 3-1, 4-0 at points. They need to stop starting slow, but they just can't find that way. And especially now with the team that they got, I'm not sure if they're gonna have. I'm not sure if they're gonna be able to start hot again. Yeah, exactly. Fans can only do so much. I mean, could you imagine? It would be funny if like the GoFundMe's that fans set up to like get players contracts are actually able to be a part of the signing bonus. Tamu and shotgun back to his left. 3 receivers to the right. 3rd and 10 looking to throw. Pressure coming. Tiamu breaks off one sack. Pass over the middle is caught. Breaks off one tackle, but brought down shy of the first down marker. A gain of 8 up to the 16. And it's a 4th and 2. You're up by 8. St. Louis calls their first timeout. What do you do here, DC? I mean, rookies do that constantly. They will work that out by training camp. They're not worried about that right now. Miami's in a similar boat. I mean, our second round pick hasn't signed a contract yet. And that's the guy that we need to sign a contract because he's potentially a starting guard for us this year. Let me just double check that he has to sign a contract. DC is figuring out what to do here. They might go for this, which would be an interesting. Yeah, offense taking the field. Gonna maybe just try to get him to jump off sides. Oh, did he sign a contract? And they're lined up in the tush push formation here on 4th and 2. Trying to get St. Louis to jump off sides. And there's a timeout called by DC. And now out comes a field goal unit. A flea flicker from inside the 20 would be a crazy play call. I don't know, go forward and it wouldn't have been that bad of a decision there. Oh yeah, so yeah, the issue with Miami right now and the contract situation with their second round pick is we don't have an agreement on when it comes down to the guaranteed money. That's the only issue. All right, out comes the field goal unit now for DC after unsuccessfully trying to get St. Louis to jump off sides. So Matt McCrane, this season's not as great of a season as what he has had in the past. 14 for 20 on the year, just a 34-yard kick with the ball being perfectly centered. Yeah, last year was one of the more reliable kickers in the UFL. This year, still been good, but not that same level. To make this an 11-point game. Kick is up, and it is right down the middle. 1:06 to play in the half. It's an 11-point game. St. Louis has 2 timeouts and about a minute to play to try and cut into this deficit. Plus, they get ball to begin the second half. So we'll see if they're able to do it. I don't hate the decision to not go for it. What I hate more so was the decisions to pass on first and second down. That's allowing St. Louis to have this time. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I would not be surprised if Akeem Balder gets targeted here. And I don't think you can close the game now. But what St. Louis can definitely get themselves back in it now. That's the thing. Because I mean, Rodrigo Blankenship is a damn good kicker. So his field goal range is anywhere inside the 40, I would say. I'm not a big baseball fan. I keep up with it occasionally. Like I'll just like get highlights and stuff on my Twitter feed and whatnot. I'm also a fan of. I'm not a fan entirely of John Boy and all that, but like Charlie Olive, I'm a big fan of, so I watch his stuff. I'm also a fan of Chris Rose, so I watch Baseball Today and whatnot. So I keep up with it a decent bit, but I'm not like watching the game. Yeah, they would have gone for it and got a touchdown. That would have put it away a bit, but yeah, still. I don't know. I like the decision just to take 2 possession lead. Oh yeah, for sure. If they can get points before the half, this game is easily right back in it for them because they get ball to begin the second half. No, I mean I don't have like a specific fandom for the MLB. I mean, if I were to say any, I mean, again, the Marlins have been nothing my entire life, so I never got into baseball because of that. If I have to say a team, it's the Yankees, and that's only because I have family in New York and in that area, so that's the only reason. I don't follow baseball enough to have a team though. Oh yeah, St. Louis can definitely get points before the half here. They have plenty of time plus 2 timeouts. They can definitely do it. The only thing is we need to see them do it. Kickoff return, trying to get down that right side, going to be brought down to 24. A minute to play, 2 timeouts. So you're looking for 36 yards for field goal range. Yeah, looking for about 36 yards for field goal range. Duggan and shotgun back to his left, 2 receivers to each side. Going to look to throw. Quick pass right side is short, but going to be caught nonetheless by Frank Darby. And clock will continue to run. Have to hurry up here. 50 seconds to play now. Gonna have to begin the hurry up process because you don't want to waste a timeout this soon. 40 seconds left now. Have to snap this ball soon. Duggan shotgun back to his right. 2 receivers each side looking to throw. Duggan with time. Pass over the middle. Wide open, but dropped. Gary Jennings was wide open at midfield. Through his hands. Had like 20 yards of open space. I'm willing to say that's a touchdown if he catches that ball. It was high. It was a little high. It was behind a little bit, but it goes through his hands, literally. That needs to be caught. Duggan his shotgun back to his right, looking to throw on 3rd and 5. Has some time, but now pressure coming. Rolling left, and ball comes loose. Picked up by DC. And it's going to be DC ball at the 27. With 25 seconds to play. A change of events massively. Oh, man. That's unfortunate. Derek Roberson forces the fumble. That is... Anthony Hines picks it up. I mean, it's great. It's great coverage on the back end. Kamu and shotgun back to his right, 2 receivers to each side, ball on the 27. Hand off to Deion Jackson up the middle. He goes down quick after gaining 5. You have to hurry up and spike it. You're able to get a field goal out of this now because of that. Talk about a defensive master play. That's a great defensive play there. There's the spike. And now comes the field goal unit. If you have 1 shot towards the end zone, you have 8 seconds. So we'll see what they decide to do. You go from missing a potential touchdown till you now potentially being down by 14 entering the half. Yeah, end zone shot and field goal. Yeah, because of Duggan's said the field goal unit now. Okay. Because of Duggan's throwing motion, he does hold the ball a bit low. And that's definitely helped. That definitely caused that fumble there. But like that's still you need to have that second down play first. That changes things. Matt McCrane's kick is St. Louis ices them first. Okay, to call it timeout. I mean, this game isn't over. But yeah, it is not looking like a great game. I mean, we'll see what St. Louis does out of the half. That will be a big deciding factor. They're showing Brandon Silvers here. I don't think you go to Brandon Silvers. I don't think you turn to Brandon Silvers. For as much as I really like how Brandon Silvers plays, I don't think it's time to turn to him. It definitely didn't help them in this game, that's for sure. But it's only a 2-possession game with a whole half to play. 41-yard kick by Matt McCrane is up and right down the middle. It's a 14-point DC lead with 4 seconds to play in the half. So we'll see. Yeah, DC has had, I wouldn't say better luck. The DC has just made the plays when they needed to. They've went that extra mile. That's the thing. Like they're plugging the gaps well. They're gain tackling well, and they're just making that extra stride. I think they still haven't played a fantastic game. I still think Michigan has been the best team this weekend, but DC's defense is looking much improved from what we saw the final few weeks of the season. It might be a curse, yeah. I mean, that was the case in the NFL for a long while. Was that no team was able to play Super Bowl in the home stadium until Tampa did it in Super Bowl. What was that 55? And it's going to be returned from about 5 yards deep into the end zone, looking for some magic to happen here, but nothing. Gets up to the 23. Yeah, exactly. Because the 2 good plays and the 2 bad plays cancel each other out. It's the mistakes, yeah. Duggan. Weirdly enough, it has been Duggan making the mistakes for St. Louis's offense. I'm kind of shocked he has not been able to step up for this kind of game yet. Considering how well he played against Michigan in that college football playoff game a few years ago, I'm shocked Duggan has not been showing up so far. But we are at halftime. DC will get the ball to begin the second half. Not DC. St. Louis will begin the ball to begin the second half. So they're still in this game for the time being. They're going to need a touchdown exiting halftime, but they're still technically in this game. We're just entering halftime. I will quickly be right back. All right, I'm back. And since we're at halftime as well, real quick, if you are new, subscribe. It'd be greatly appreciated. Trying to get to 500 by the start of the NFL season or by the end of the year, whichever comes first. Leave a like while you're at it as well. There you go. That's the one time I'll plug that for. Yes. Yeah, Duggan is a hot and cold kind of player, but he's been hot the majority of this season. Which by logic means I should have expected him to get cold when it's mattered most, but whatever. 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 Still a whole half to play in this one. Yeah, play calling again. I've shared my issues with the play calling by St. Louis so far in this one at times. But like, like they've had plays they've had plays to be made, and they're just not. Like again, that 2nd and 5 play right before the fumble, he needs to catch that ball. Even if it wasn't a perfect throw, but it was good enough to be able to catch and run with it, and at least get towards field goal range, which is all you really needed to end the half there. But like it's those simple mistakes. Like they played St. Louis last year. Yeah, the run on 3rd and long. Again, it's not. I'm not necessarily hating the fact that they called a QB draw on 3rd and 14, because you see teams run halfback draw in that same play, that same situation, plenty of times before. That's not what the issue I'm having with it is. The issue was it was out of a formation that doesn't work for a QB draw play. If you're gonna run that, it needs to be out of spread. You need to be spread out. It needs to be 5 wide, not bunched up. That way you can see if it's man, if the middle is open, and if it's not, you can then change play. You can audible out of it or whatnot. One second. It's just it's those simple things like that. I'm just like I'm not understanding from St. Louis today, because those are things that that they haven't necessarily done before. Maybe they go with a different offensive coordinator next year. But I could be mistaken. But isn't Anthony Beck the play caller? If so, maybe you just change play callers. If not, then yeah, maybe you do get a different offensive coordinator. Because I mean, like on that staff, you have Sanika Wallace. He's a former NFL quarterback. He's currently the QB coach here in St. Louis. That's not I would not be. I would not fault them for giving him a shot at offensive coordinator if he wants it. Only a 4th down decision, yeah, maybe. Yeah, we'll see. We're still at halftime. Is co-calling? What do you mean by I've never heard of co-calling plays. Obviously, I've heard of co-offensive coordinators. Miami did that a few years ago. Co-calling plays? How does that work? Is it really that he gets to call plays on 4th down? And because that is insane. Like that if so, that is a crazy setup to have. What? I'm sorry. What? He gets second and fourth. No wonder why he's inconsistent as hell of an offense. He also gets over. I need to see this reported somewhere. I need to see a report on this. This is an old. This is an old. Yeah, this is an old report. Wait, what's? Okay, yeah, yeah, because their OC is also the receivers coach. They really do coach. That is insane. It is insane that they are 8-2 by changing play callers every other play. I have never heard of that happening. I mean, either way, co-calling plays in any capacity does not make sense to me. Especially if it's every other play. Especially. Because calling plays is such a diligent thing that like every single play is supposed to set up something, is supposed to set up the next one. So if you switch every other time and those two people do not see this, are not seeing the field the same way and seeing the play route tree you want to go down, it's not gonna work. And we might be seeing that today. So basically he is the play caller then. If he can veto any play call he doesn't like, he is the play caller. Just make him the full-time play caller at that point. If that's the case, which is still insane. Like, I am now even more. I mean, that's probably why AJ McCarron wasn't fully happy with St. Louis last year. It's because it got to that point in the season where that kind of play calling just was not going to work, and he was fed up. It really may explain why it falls apart. "55-45 split is not a big enough split. If you needs to be at the very, very least 80-20, leading the OC or leading whoever the main play caller normally would be. Like, if Beck wants that much of a say in the plays, he should just call them. Since when did Shaq partner with Rooms to Go? How many side quests is Shaq on? As we're just coming out of halftime, I believe. It's too much strain, but he still wants power to be able to veto any play call and call at least half of the plays. Dog, it should be one way or another. Either you call all the plays or you call none of the plays. Like, there should not be any in between. Because I know there were some reports. Yeah. Skip Holtz has his issues, but at least it's fully on him. There's no confusion. Like I believe there were some reports that Anthony Beck was a name being thrown around for the Jets head coaching position. I wonder if his mindset behind play calling is what made the Jets go a different route. I would not be shocked if that was the case. Because that is a crazy mindset to have. As the second half kickoff is underway, Matt McCrane sends it down. Going to be returned beginning from the 10. And going to try some trickery here. He reverses this for Gary Jennings, who gets up to the 25. Yeah, not much going there. No, you're good. We were just talking about how mind-boggling. Yeah, didn't miss anything. We just started the half, but we were talking about how mind-boggling the play calling situation in St. Louis is. No, I had no idea. I had no idea about Flash. That's the first time I'm hearing of St. Louis having co-play callers. And it is Brandon Silvers in the game. He passes left side, caught by Akeem Butler for a gain of 6. I guess they needed. Yeah, I guess they did need some kind of a spark. All right, Brandon Silvers. He played decently well against DC last week, but I'm kind of shocked we've seen him here. But at the same time, I get it. So Silvers in shotgun, back to his left, gonna motion a tight end into the backfield to his right. Handoff up the middle, gonna be enough for the first down. A gain of 3 for Jacob Sailors. Yeah, I mean, again, now knowing how St. Louis handles play calls, I fully understand why it's been such a weird play call, and why a lot of weird play calls have been made. If you can, Bob Flash, can you find me a report about that play calling setup? If not, I believe you. Don't get me, I believe you, but I want a report about that. Pass over the middle, caught by Jacob Sailors in the check down. Enough for the first down and more. Pass midfield to about the 49, 48. Yeah, exactly. Do play call does not sound right. That's something where if that's an insane situation, if it is true. Yes, if you can, great. If not, don't worry about it. Don't spend too much time on it. Silvers in shotgun, back to his left, 3 receivers to the right. Going to look to throw once again. Pass right side, going to be caught for a gain of about 3. And that is Chase Allen? Yeah, Chase Allen on the reception there. 2nd and 7 coming up. Did Arlington do that last year? That would explain Arlington's mishaps as well. That would fully explain their mishaps then, yeah. And why, like, this season, although not, like, massively better, still felt like an improved team. Silvers in shotgun, back to his right, 2 receivers to each side. 2nd and 7 from the 45. Looking to throw. Pass over the middle, nearly picked off. DeAndre Baker made a great break on that ball, and it falls incomplete. Should have been picked off, trying to fit that seam route to Akeem Butler. Yeah, DeAndre Baker read that like a book. That's a great defensive play. That is a great fun fact that he's also a Little League coach. I love that. Yeah, I'm not surprised that would be an annoying situation. Silvers to throw on 3rd and 7. Pressure coming, trying to avoid it. Pass right side, caught by Sailors. And unable to create much with it, only a gain of a yard. As Bryce Thompson makes the tackle, it's 4th and 6 I mean, do you go for it? No, it shouldn't be muted. Yeah, it doesn't show I'm muted on my end. Yeah, I mean, when you have a singular confirmed play caller, it makes things make more sense for the fans as well. As going for it on fourth down, Silver's pass left side is incomplete. Looking for Gary Jennings, no penalty markers fly. No, you're good, you're good. I've had it happen to me before where I accidentally mute the stream I was watching. Yeah, no penalties markers fly. He's gonna fail the 4th and 6 try. Oh, what? Yeah, Beck wants an explanation on this. I guess they're thinking that DeAndre Baker got there early. Are they challenging this? Yeah, St. Louis is gonna challenge no DPI there. Okay. I guess they're saying he got there early. Which you can still same thing with Duggan. Like I feel like Silvers needs to step up a bit more. Yeah. I want to say that's bang bang. When you slow it down, I mean, I want to say it's bang bang. I want to say the ball is like 2 yards away by the time he hits him. Yeah, in full motion, I feel like that's bang bang. I'm not sure if they're gonna win this. In slow motion, he gets there early, but they might focus on like in full speed. We'll see. Okay, I didn't even look at that podcast clip there, Ball Flashes. Oh, you sent it to me already. So thank you for that. Yeah, after review the call stands, it was bang bang. I don't hate I agree with that. When looking in slow motion, yes, he got there early, but the UFL has set a precedent on more so focusing on full speed for plays like that. In full speed, it's bang bang. They lose a challenge, they fail to convert the 4th down, and it'll be DC ball with just under 11 minutes to play in the 3rd quarter. Yeah, I mean, I've definitely leaned more so towards Mike Piera over the past few weeks than Blandino. I was a big Blandino fan. But Blandino just he has made some decisions in that replay center where I'm just mind-boggling how you come up with that idea. Like I spent the most prominent one was last week against in the Birmingham Memphis game with that no face mask or roughing the pass. So that was an insane no call that Blandino confirmed. I don't get it. Doing it at the same time is crazy. I could understand if it's like if it's a whole. I can understand if there's a system to it where like the OC voices into the receivers coach and then that gets voiced in. Or like during the play they communicate and then they come up with a decision. But doing it at the same time is insane. That does not at all scheme up well for an offense. I mean, we saw with Arlington last year. They were 0-6 to begin the season. Yeah, this year Blandino is smoking something in the booth. I'm not sure what, but kind of want my hands on it. And yeah, other sports can definitely learn from this kind of transparency on play calls and officiating. But we'll see. How does that happen? What? How does the QB not get the new call, but the running back does? What was Arlington on last year? What? I am okay. Yeah, the UFL needs to work out a lot of this stuff. I guess that makes no sense. I mean, it is a Mark Stoops led team, and the Stoops, we know from Bob Stoops in Kentucky that not the greatest, but that's how does a mistake like that happen? Yamu and shotgun back to his right, 3 receivers to the right as well. First and 10 gonna hand this off up the middle, and that is a gain of about 4-ish, I believe, up to midfield. Maybe it gets past midfield to the 49. But yeah, if DC scores here, it's gonna be getting ugly. Okay, I'm definitely gonna look at this podcast clip. That's handoff left side for Deion Jackson. Will lose about a yard on the play back to midfield. A 3rd and short coming up, about 3rd and 4. I got nothing for how St. Louis and calls these plays. I might make a whole video on just that because that's insane. 3rd and 3 from the 49. Tiamu and shotgun back to his right, 2 receivers to each side. A big time 3rd down here for the St. Louis defense. Tiamu looking to throw. Has time. Pass left side. Caught by Jaden Mickens. What an adjustment on that ball to hang on to it. And they pick up the 1st down. I wouldn't be shocked if it's changed much. Again, I'll definitely look at that podcast clip. Yeah, like play calls are not an easy thing to remember in the first place. Having 2 come in at the same time must be annoying. Handoff up the middle, gains about 3 for Deion Jackson. Yeah, one thing I will give the rebrand that the UFL did for a lot of teams credit. They nailed it with DC's new uniforms compared to what they had during the XFL. Like I love the winter camo look that the shoulders and the helmet has. Tamu to throw in 2nd and 7. Pass left side caught by Mickens once again. And going to gain 6 on this play. So a 3rd and short coming up. Yeah, Tiamu was throwing really well. Like DC came to this game prepared. I don't know what St. Louis was on. So 3rd and 1, Tiamu and shotgun back to his right. 2 receivers to each side. No, 3 receivers to the right, my bad. 3 receivers to the right, back to his right. Play clock winding down. Not going to get the snap off in time. First timeout called by DC. Yeah, only that one bad pass so far. And even then, that was miscommunication. Like, DC has really, really stepped up their game for this one. Yeah, it is a weird, I want to say color scheme, because it is the exact same color scheme that they had during the 80s. But I'm not a fan of the logo. Mainly because it's a pain in the ass to make graphics for. I kind of wish that they just had like a separate secondary Panther head logo. That way they can still have like that traditional one, but I have something else I can use. Because for those who stayed for the NFL season as well, I don't only use the primary logos for teams in the NFL. I have a good chunk that I use secondary logos for because I like them better. And hell, for Arlington, I use their secondary logo. I use the Bandit head logo because it looks better. Tiamu under center for 3rd and 1. Back behind him, 3 receiving options to the right. Tossing this up the middle. The flea flicker. Tiamu passes right side, going for it, and is caught by Cornell Powell inside the 5 to the 3. A flea flicker on 3rd and 1 sets up 1st and goal at the 3 for DC. Wow. That's a different kind of flea flicker. Because typically for flea flickers, it's a halfback dive that gets tossed back. This was the toss dive that we see like the Niners use a lot. And then gets handed off back. That is an excellent altercation to the flea flicker. Tiamu gonna hand this off up the middle, and as Abram Smith, touchdown DC. They're up by 20. Taking advantage of that flea flicker. 7:18 to play in the 3rd. A 20-point DC lead. Wow. Talk about a dominant showing so far. For as much as I want to say, there's still plenty of time. So you have a whole quarter and a half to play. The championship game is going to be very interesting. DC will be looking for revenge. Michigan still playing as dominant as ever. It's going to be a really fun championship game. And that was a good thing about this year's playoffs compared to last year's. For as much as it was fun to see St. Louis, to see San Antonio pull off the upset, it did feel like, even watching that game and most of the season, that San Antonio was not going to be a great team in the championship game to go against Birmingham. This year, because the Stallions are out of it, because of the matchups, I'm going to love the championship game. Pass right side on the 1-point try is incomplete. Looking for Cornell Powell. It will remain a 20-point game, as St. Louis will be getting the ball back here. I assume you mean St. Louis Cardinal. But even then, it means the St. Louis Cardinals have had success. I would more so point toward, what NFL team is a good comparison when I think about it? Oh yeah, that could be a shootout in the championship. That very well could be a shootout. It's going to be a great game one way or another. Oh, the Arizona Cardinals? Even then, I would say the Arizona Cardinals have had, maybe not recent success, but at least the Cardinals have made it to the championship game. At least once. Braves of the 90s. That's a good one as well, yeah. Because they have the talent like the Braves did in the 90s. Just kept falling short. What is a good NFL comparison? No, yeah, maybe Tampa, especially like the Baker Mayfield era so far. But they have the Super Bowl win. I don't want to say the Texans, but at the same time, I don't really know how much sense that makes. Yeah, the Mayfield Bucks, I think, is the perfect one. I think that's the perfect comparison. Is the Mayfield Bucks. Yeah, I feel bad for this fan base as well. They're a passionate fan base. And again, like we discussed this last week about the uncertainties surrounding the Dome in America Center for the future. It's like, who knows how, again, we say for the future, it's 10 years looking into the future, right? Yeah, okay, that's fair, yeah. Again, I am completely third party in every UFL thing. I'm wearing a New York Guardians jersey from the 2020 XFL. But the Guardians were my team. They didn't make the transition, so I'm just a neutral third party and shit. I forgot that Anthony Beck was a Tampa Bay Buccaneer. I kind of remember him more so as a Jet. Because he associates a lot more with the Jets than anything. Falling short again in this game. I'm curious how that will impact next year. and impact the attendance. With New England. But when New England finally started the decline. Same exact thing with me. With it and that feeling, I'm just like, yeah, it's about time you've come back down to earth. I'm sure once the Chiefs have their decline in like 10 years, the same thing will happen. Kickoff return beginning from about the 4, it's up to the 27. The conference championship, the divisional playoff championship, whatever. Yeah, that's kept them out. Because in the XFL 2020, they had the COVID stop that season. In 2023, it was Arlington, DC in the championship game. Last year, it was San Antonio who made it from the XFL. This season is going to be DC. It's only be 6. Yeah, exactly. Silvers to throw on 1st and 10. Pass over the middle. It's caught by Joshua Pearson. Has some room past the 40, past the 35, and down to the plus 32. But there's a big time play that St. Louis needed. Joshua Pearson on the reception. First time calling his name today. Gotta be able to keep this going. Yeah, I mean, you followed St. Louis a lot because of McCarron. That was one of the big reasons, right, Bob Flash? If I remember correctly. Silvers to throw on 1st and 10. Pass over the middle is short-armed incomplete. Looking for Pearson once again. Yeah, and the Olmo, yeah. I mean, yeah, if Miles Jones had that pick 6, it probably wouldn't have made that big of a difference. That's a throw Silvers needs to make. It's wide open. And he had time to step into that. How do you need to make that throw? Oh yeah, Tiamio. I forgot he was in St. Louis. This is a revenge game for him. Silver's looking to throw. Pass right side. Going to be picked off. No, I think once they got a foot down, Jacob Sailors bounces off his helmet into the hands of a DC player. Penalty marker down. I'm not sure if he got his both feet in the first place. And then we'll see what the penalty is as well. It's offsides on DC, so it doesn't matter. The Steelers. I mean, yeah, the Steelers, I have Steelers fans, I do not care about their ups and downs. I mean, like even right now with the whole Aaron Rodgers situation, I'm just like, have fun going 9-8 again. Because the Steelers constantly having that like consistency of success. As a Dolphin fan, I'm jealous of it. Handoff up the middle to Jacob Sailor is going to be enough for the first down, and then some inside the 20 to about the 17, maybe the 18. I mean, like, obviously Miami is nothing like what the Lions had to deal with for all those years, but like it's been something, man. Yeah, but I mean, game 1 is Steelers at Jets for Rodgers. It's gonna be a amazing game. I'm praying that what time is that game supposed to be at? Handoff left side to Sailors gonna be a gain of about 5 up past the 15. You see about the offsides there. I mean, again, like the 2023 Battlehawks were a fun team to watch. And then even last year, like they had their moments, but they need to find consistency in the play calling. Again, like the Steelers are gonna go 9-8, 10-7, make the playoffs, and lose in the first round again. Now even more so because of Rodgers. Silvers to throw in 2nd and 5. Pass right side end zone should have been picked off. Only person near that ball was Bryce Thompson. Goes through his arms. should have been picked off was looking for Hakeem Butler. But miscommunication, I think. That's just a. Yeah, he threw that ball too far inside. Butler was going towards the pylon. It's a bad throw. I mean, I'm kind of hoping the Steelers win that game because I hate the Jets more than I do hate the recent Rodgers stuff. As Silver's to throw on 3rd and 5 pass, end zone caught. Hakeem Butler, one hand grab. They're trying to make this a game. They really are. What a catch from Hakeem Butler. Brandon Silvers gets laid out on that throw. It's back to a 14-point game with 4:08 to play. They're trying. They're really trying to make this a game. Heavy blitz from the left. Plants that back foot and gets rid of it. What a catch from Hakeem Butler. Yeah, nice one-handed grab. One-handed grab. The 2-point drive from the 5 coming up. Let me see what time that Steelers Jets game's at. Because I know Miami plays at 1 o'clock week 1. It's a 1 o'clock game. Damn. If that was a 4 o'clock game, I probably would have gone live for that as well, week 1. Oh, DC is challenging something here. Are they challenging a missed holding call? Yeah, I mean, that's St. Louis in it for you in a nutshell, especially with Brandon Silvers in now. I'm not sure. I think that's holding. Yeah, DC is going to lose the challenge. Touchdown would stand. I agree with that. That's not holding. He stays in front of him. That's a big thing. That's the big thing. He's able to stay in front of him. So call stands. It remains a 14-point game. Obviously, pending the conversion try here. Yeah, I'm not fully agreeing with that challenge. But at the same time, like if you're DC, you're probably thinking that doesn't matter. 2-point try from the 5. Silvers and shotgun back to his left. 3 receiving options to the right. Looking to make this a 12-point game. Silvers to throw. Pressure coming. Pass. End zone. Tipped around and incomplete. Looking for Jake Sutherland. And going to remain a 14-point game with 4:08 to play in the 3rd quarter. Maybe they can claw their way back into this one. We'll see. Cat Team Bros. Hell. I'm pretty sure I've told you this before, Bob Flash, but yeah, when it comes to like the Dolphins main team, constantly my main team. I've always changed on my second team, like over the years. Kind of have a consistent one now, but I love, like for some reason, I just love the Palmer Ocho Cinco era Bengals, where they're my second team for a minute. I also just love the Bengal head logo, which I use for the NFL stuff for Cincy. I love that logo so much. I mean, Detroit does have a defense, though. It's just it was so banged up by injuries last year. But I do really like what Detroit's defense is. I mean, like my main issue entering last season for Detroit was getting help for Aiden Hutchinson and that pass rush, and y'all did. It's just everything else went wrong with injuries. It's really tough. Oh yeah, I'm sure Burrow would take anything between 20th ranked defense and up. Because even with a 20th ranked defense, you're not giving up 30 points a game. That game's gonna be a high scoring one. What was the other game we were joking about on schedule release, Ball Flash, about it was gonna be a high scoring for Cincy? Was it my game against Miami? Which now, in hindsight, looking at that on those jokes, not gonna be the case. Let me see the Bengals schedule. Week 5 is the Bengal Detroit game. I'm gonna look and see if I'm able to call that one. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean that's definitely an option. But at the same time, like, I don't know, Miami's a very weird team this year. It's gonna be an interesting season to cover. Like, I know. Let me double check this. I know week 4, when Cincy plays Denver, I won't be able to go live for that because Miami plays the Jets that same night. I might be live for that Bengals Lions game then in week 5. I mean, we'll see how everything plays out by then because we're still months away. I might decide to go live with that game. We'll see. Kickoff underway will be down in the end zone for a touchback. They'll begin from the 35. I'm trying to get like a good idea of NFL games I'll be live for right now, outside of just the prime time and the Dolphin games. Oh yeah, Baltimore games are definitely the big ones for Cincy. I mean, both of the ones last year were high scoring affairs. And plus, if you want to win the AFC North, you need to be able to beat the Ravens at least once. That always happens as well. Is the game you think will be a high scoring and an offensive battle ends up being a defensive slugfest. It's funny and I love it. Jamu and shotgun back behind him, a handoff up the middle. Going to find some room there for Abram Smith, picks up 8. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how Cincy improves defensively at this point. Obviously, like the draft and free agency is pretty much come and gone at this point. So like, it's gonna come down to just fine tuning things without training camp for that defense. It's not gonna be a great unit though, especially if Trey Hendrickson doesn't play. Tamu to throw on 2nd and 2. Penalty marker down. Pass right side gonna be incomplete with another penalty marker down. 2 penalties on this play, 1 near the line of scrimmage, one's a DPI on St. Louis. So what's the first one? Offsides on St. Louis is going to be declined. DPI will be accepted. Automatic first down. But yeah, I'm sure I'll be live for quite a few Lions games this year. The Lions were another one of those like constantly changing secondary teams for me. Yeah, I saw that Brandon Silvers went to the 10th. No other wording yet has happened besides that, so I'm kind of waiting off on putting too much weight into it. Oh yeah, he's on the cart now. Okay. Damu pass left side, tipped at the line and nearly picked off, but falls incomplete. And yeah, Silvers is on the cart, be heading to the locker room. That's unfortunate. Seems like it's that right arm, that throwing arm. Oh man, that's unfortunate. Prayers up for Brandon Silvers. He's a veteran in spring football. 2:50 to play in this third quarter. 2nd and 10 coming up for DC. They're not in field goal range yet, so if you can hold them to no more yards. Diamu going to hand this off up the middle, and there's some room for Deion Jackson. The first down and more inside the 30, down to the 26. I had to say something. Jeez. Yeah, it's injuries, man. Injuries suck. Diamu and shotgun back behind him. Two receivers to the right, going to hand this off up the middle. Spinning his way, that's Deion Jackson down to the 20. I did, probably, yeah. That's happened before. Oh yeah, I mean what? Burrow in the second year in that Super Bowl appearance here. The game against Tennessee, he took like 9 sacks and still won. Yeah, Burrow's gonna need to get more athletic, which he has. We'll see how much further it takes. Handoff left side for Deion Jackson on 2nd and 4 is the first down inside the 15 to the 13. Next week's game is going to be a fun one to watch between DC and Michigan. Like, I am stoked for that game. Both of the games today, the Michigan-Birmingham one was pretty fun. This one, I mean, see, same case to last year. Like, St. Louis, man, just you can't show up in these games. Hopefully DC will show up better than San Antonio did last year in the championship. Handoff up the middle for Deion Jackson will gain about a yard, maybe 2. 40 seconds left in the quarter. Gonna need one more play. Yeah, there's a bunch of teams where a great plays like that can happen, but no one really cares. Because that was a great touchdown pass that Burrow did. Diamu and shotgun, play action, pass right side. Cod gonna break off one defender. This Ben Bresnahan gets a gain of 7 up to the 5. Willing to bet a beer on DC. I mean, that's a fair bet that like you need to put up points to beat Michigan. Again, a reminder: last time Michigan and DC played, the Panthers won 38-14. As we have reached the end of the third quarter. 15 minutes remain. We'll see just how much DC is able to put this one away. Yeah, that's a fair comparison. Burrow to Goff. Jared Goff is also one of those where he played so well last year, but everyone is harking on that playoff game against Washington. The majority of the season, he played really well. $24-44. The Panthers putting up 44 back-to-back weeks would be fun. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say all the quarterbacks up at the top are similar, but they definitely do have like facets of their game that you can connect to a different top quarterback. So, like, there's pieces that like it's like the red string, the red string bulletin board shit from crime movies. Like it's stuff like that to connect all the quarterbacks in like the top 10 of the league. I wouldn't say he endured a trash team for 7 years. They did make a Super Bowl in 2018 in his third year in the league. I would say he endured a trash Rams team for a year, maybe 2 years. Oh yeah, Ben Johnson's play calling was terrible. Again, I'm not blaming that playoff game again on Jared Goff. I'm more so blaming on Ben Johnson because there's so many moments in that game where I'm just mind-boggling by the play calling there. And again, like I was just saying before, like Jared Goff played fantastic last year, and most people are gonna hark on that one playoff game. I mean, yeah, the Birmingham offense didn't play great today, but the defense still played pretty. Still had most of the pieces intact, and they couldn't do much. Yeah. Goff and Burrow definitely have more similarities than people would like to admit. I mean that 2018 Rams team, like there's a reason that team made the Super Bowl, and the offense was that good that year. I mean that was the year where you have the no, it wasn't that year. It was a few years later. Never mind. Like, I was thinking about the Rams Chiefs 54-51 Monday Night Football game, but that was like in that was 2019, I believe. Back from commercial break, 3rd and 1. Tiamu shotgun back to his right, gonna hand this off up the middle for Deion Jackson, and he dives forward and gets in. Touchdown DC to begin the 4th quarter. And they extend this lead once again. Oh no, was that game 2018? Whatever. Goff has improved his accuracy throughout the years, which is the impressive thing. Because a part of the reason why like eventually McVay and Goff didn't work out in LA was because the system slightly changed offensively to need a more accurate quarterback. What the Lions did, well, yes, Goff is so incredibly accurate, it wasn't fully reliant on accuracy. Goff was able to play a more loose style, which he prefers. And timing didn't need to be absolutely pinpoint perfect. Abram Smith on the 1-point conversion try gets in. It is a 21-point lead. Yeah, exactly. Detroit was more loose with them. And then when Stafford came into LA, McVay got more loose there and did all the thing. Then they went the distance. Like he throws goofballs sometimes, but again, Jared Goff. He got his contract in Detroit for a reason. Like he got that contract for a reason. All right, see ya, John. We got commercial break here. This Gatorade commercial. Oh yeah. That Von Miller acquisition was massive for that defense. Like that was a massive acquisition for that defense. Him and Aaron Donald did wonders that year. On top of Ramsey in the secondary, like that Rams team was the best built Rams team since the greatest show on turf. No, yeah, Stafford definitely helped, but him solely didn't get them over the hump that season. And a lot of people do overlook the Rams defense that year because of Stafford and what Cooper Kupp did. But that defense played just as, if not a more massive role that season for the Rams. And people do not talk about it enough. And hell, the Rams right now are in a very similar boat where that defense pulled a lot of weight last year. and it's a very young front seven that's going to only get better next year. The Rams are going to be a legit team. They're going to be a one fun team to watch. I forgot the NBA Finals Game 2 started. Hold on, let me tune into that. I completely forgot that was going on tonight. Oh yeah, Brady did not play well in that Super Bowl whatsoever. Like going back and watching Super Bowl 53 is a nightmare, and I had to do it for my Todd Gurley video. It was a nightmare to watch. And but yeah, Goff 100% is a quarterback that can win that you can win a Super Bowl with. I'm no doubt in my mind. Kickoff gets returned and fumbled. The return gets up close to the 30, but fumbled, and St. Louis luckily falls on it. But man, not a great 3 plays to begin this quarter. Eli burnt toast. Yeah, that's true. I mean, since he was a Cinderella team that year, and they went up against another somewhat Cinderella team. Duggan gonna pass right side, caught by Pearson in the flat, and has the room for a gain of 9. I'm very curious what St. Louis does in the offseason and how they change things. Because they're gonna need to find something. And there's an argument to be made that, oh, if Manny Wilkins was playing, maybe things are different, but I don't think so. The one thing that DC is doing great at is stopping the run, and that is the MO of St. Louis this year. Dug in the throw in 2nd and 1. Pressure coming and sacked at the 14. Yeah, this DC front 7 is getting a lot of pressure in today. And that's been playing a massive role as well. They're just able to get home. This offensive line that has been so good all year is collapsing today. And there's Malik Fisher on the sack. Yeah, again, the same way I feel about the Panthers from the earlier game, there's room for improvement on both sides. As Duggan looking to throw on 3rd and 10, pressure coming, escaping it left. In a shovel pass this to Jarvion Howard, makes one man miss, but only picks up about 6. So a 4th down coming up. You're down by 21 with 13:20 to play. You're gonna send out you're 2 backed up. You're gonna send out the punting unit. In the last 2 seasons, now soon to be in the last 2 seasons, there have been 2 home losses for the Battlehawks. Soon to be 3. 2 of them were in the playoffs. That's bad. Punt comes off clean. Punter gets ran into. Going to be returned beginning from the 22. Has room on that right side. Gets past the 35 down to and out of bounds near the 39. I'm sorry, no penalty for running to the punter? Cool, sure. 12:45 to play, heading to a commercial break. Okay, I see it though, yeah. Also, the Thunder are up by damn near 20 in this game. Oh, sorry, by 13. I'm near 20, but near. They added the finals text on the court, but you can tell it's digitalized. That sucks. Yeah, Sally's definitely put up more of a fight than this. But again, both the Panthers and the defenders, I don't feel like they played perfect games, which is scary for the respective team. Yeah, you can't start slow against this team. Oh, that was the case. That was the case for all 4 teams in these playoffs. You don't want to start slow against them. The Stallions and the Battlehawks, they started slow, and thus they'll be at home come Saturday. You beat a Tennessee team that was the first seed, which already, which already at the time, people were not fully seeing them as the first seed. You beat the Raiders, right? The Raiders, and then the Chiefs was the impressive win because that was also a come from behind win against the Chiefs. So that was an impressive one. The Raiders came down to a 2-point conversion that they failed, or at the very least a 4th and goal play from inside the 5 that. And then the Titans game came down to a 60+ yard field goal that Evan McPherson drilled. Yeah, Titans were the 1 seed that year. Because that was the year where both 1 seeds lost in the divisional I forget who knocked out the Packers that year, but they were the 1 seed that year. They got knocked out. But I want to say the Rams knocked them out. Could have very easily been like the 49ers who did it. I think it was the 49ers actually, because that was the snow game. It was like 13-10 or whatever. Jamu handoff up the middle, going to be a gain of about 3. 3, maybe 4. That's Abram Smith on the carry. Yeah, the Titans went from 1 seed to the very next year, I believe, missing the playoffs. Yeah, exactly. The Titans were not a true 1 seed. The Packers, I feel like, were. Yeah. I remember now those Niners Rams. I have a shirt from that NFC Championship game for some reason. It's somewhere. Handoff up the middle once again for Abram Smith. Can he pick up the first down and more past midfield to about the 46, maybe the 45. Yeah, I have a shirt from that game because I want to say we knew McDaniel was going to be the coach of the Dolphins by that point, but it wasn't officially announced yet, obviously. So I got home from school. I got home one day and just had that shirt on my bed. Smith handoff up the middle, going to be a gain of about 4. No, that was the conference championship against Philly. McCaffrey wasn't on that Niners team. This was before McCaffrey got there, I believe. Or it actually might have been his first year because he played half a season. I know during the I know against Philly. Yeah, he was still a Panther at that time. Yeah, that's what I thought as well. Yeah, but yeah, because it was it wasn't it was Mostert's last year in the 49ers. Handoff up the middle for Deion Jackson's going to gain about 3, maybe 4. Third down coming up. Because the year prior, Mostert had that massive game against the Packers in the conference championship. The next year, they ran it back with that squad, basically. And made it back to the conference championship. I have a somewhat good idea about these playoffs. A lot better than I remember the NBA playoffs already. I thought that I completely forgot that the Pacers and Knicks played. But that the Knicks and Celtics played in these playoffs already. For the NBA. Handoff up the middle for Deion Jackson on 3rd and 2. Gonna get stood up after a gain of a yard. So 4th down coming up, under 10 minutes to play. Penalty marker down as well. There's no intentions of changing the playoff seeding just yet. If they do, you need to keep divisions important. And there's just too much confusion that happens once that gets into play. This is a face mask on St. Louis. Such a dumb face mask to get. Hold on, Cameron Kelly. The play was whistled dead already. And then he pulls the face mask afterwards. That's a bad penalty. No, I forget what happened in that conference championship game as well. But the divisional game against the Packers, that was the snow game that the Niners won because of a blocked punt. Tamu and shotgun back behind him, 3 receivers to the right. Gonna hand this off up the middle and gonna be a gain of about 5-ish. I believe that was Deion Jackson was getting on the carry. Oh yeah, the Lions fully deserve the 1 seed in the NFC. It's just the injuries really got to them. Now, there's an argument to be made that, if they didn't have that 1 week break, maybe they end up making a deeper run, but no, they fully deserve the 1 seed. Yami and shotgun back behind him, going to hand this off to Abram Smith up the middle, and going to gain about 2. Yeah, exactly. And the NFL is never going to get rid of the importance of divisions the same way the NBA did. They're never going to do that. So it's either you fully keep the current system, or you make it so division winners just get an automatic bid, and then the actual seed-in is based off record, which could work, but I doubt it. I doubt that's the route you go. I say the same thing about the Vikings sometimes. Handoff up the middle for Deion Jackson. Going to be a penalty marker on this play, but picks up about 2 on 3rd down. Like, the Vikings were a weird team last year. I don't think they're going to have the same success because obviously they were a 14-win team. They're not going to win 14 games again. But especially early on in the season, the Vikings got a lot of good bounces their way. Yes, Frank Ragnow did retire this offseason, which is a wrinkle into things for sure. But I think things will be fine. It was definitely time. The penalty was on DC, will be declined. As it's 4th down coming up for DC. Yeah, honestly, go back to UFL a bit here. I am willing to bet Shannon Harris, assuming he doesn't join Reggie Barlow over there in the college ranks. I would fully give Shannon Harris the full-time head coaching job next year for DC. 32-yard kick from the left hash for Matt McCrane. It is up, and it is right down the middle. They extend this lead to 24. 7:47 to play in this one. Yeah, the same thing. It was also the same thing with the 22 Vikings, where they lost to the Giants in the wild card round that year. It was the same thing that year, where they go like 11-1 in 1-score games. Next year, you're not going to have that same luck. Since he had the opposite, yeah. I still can't believe y'all lost to New England to begin the season last year. Like, how does that happen? Yeah, he'll be taken care of for sure. Who did the Lions have as that replacement? Because Philly planned for Kelsey to retire by drafting Cam Jurgens and giving him a year under Kelsey, or 2 years. I don't remember the Lions haven't drafted a center yet, or haven't signed one this past offseason. So who's the next man up there? Because the center position is a massive for the offensive line. There's a select commercial break here between DC and St. Louis. I mean, they already do take the first 2 weeks off, though. That's the thing. And that's why they struggle down the stretch. Because they already do take the first 2 weeks off and put themselves in a tough situation. Oh, yeah, they did draft Tate Ratledge. And I was a big fan. I'm a big fan of Tate Ratledge. Someone I wanted Miami to get. Yeah, I think you move Glasgow over then and then put Ratledge. And you'll probably put Ratledge in the starting center lineup. But keep him as the guard. But Radledge is the dude. Like I wanted Miami to get him if they were able to. I mean, would them play in preseason really make that big of a difference? I mean, probably not. I think about it actually. I swear, if Burrow and the starters play 3 total drives of preseason, and y'all begin this season 5-0, kickoff will be returned beginning from about the 2 for Blake Jackson. Gets up, fumbling, and picked up by St. Louis. I think he does twice. He fumbled back-to-back kickoffs. Did St. Louis get lucky this time? Seems like they got lucky again. They fell on it. But man, that's 2 straight for Blake Jackson. Ben Bresnahan gets a fingertip on this ball. And it comes loose. Somehow DC did not fall on this. That's a safe bet, definitely. Duggan looking to throw in 1st and 10. Pressure coming, trying to step up. Stacked at the 21. Joe Wallace gets there. 7.5 to play. And also, like, Frank Ragnar willing to do that. That's good on him. He's also by waiting until the start of June. Pretty sure that's also going to save the Lions some money on the cap. Because I know that was the same case that Miami did with Armstead, where they waited till after June 1st. Pass right side caught by Javon Howard on 2nd and 11. Going to fight his way for the first down. A gain of 12 or 13. And at least one full preseason game? That's crazy. But good on them. Yeah, I mean, we're at the point of this game where the players themselves maybe should be playing a little bit harder, but don't fully care. Duggan in shotgun back to his right, 3 receivers to the left. Looking to throw. Has some time. Pass tipped at the line, incomplete. Yeah, every year. It's a tough one. You know, like an 8-2 season, you feel like this is your year. Just to do the exact same thing you did last year against San Antonio. Yeah, so like that, that was also a smart play there. Yeah, there's so much cap wizardry that can happen in the NFL. It's crazy. Pass left side, caught by Frank Darby. Has some room to run down the right side. Still going. Hakeem Butler to block for him. The 20, the 15, and brought down at the 15. Brought down kind of awkwardly. There's a penalty marker down here. We'll see what this is. And the Steelers lose to the Defenders. Yeah. Man, first time saying Frank Darby's name today. Another player who just was absent this one. Gonna call a horse collar tackle on DC, so tack on to the end of that already massive play. Yeah, true. Like DC did not care about last week. You kind of felt that watching that game. But yeah, you can tell that DC did not care about last week, and they were really preparing for this week. The ball now on the 2-yard line. Duggan and shotgun back behind him. 2 receiving options to each side. 5.5 to play. Duggan, handoff up the middle for Howard. Gonna lose about 1 yard. All right. It's something. I mean, again, St. Louis is looking for stuff at this point. Okay, but which era Big Ben Steelers though, Bob Flash? Because there is a massive difference. Duggan gonna keep it himself right side on a design QB keeper that gains 2. 3rd and goal from the 2. I mean, yeah, St. Louis. I mean, I'm curious what the fan base is gonna have, how the fan base will respond to this game. Duggan in shotgun back to his right, 3 receivers to the left, looking to throw. Pass right side back corner, incomplete. Looking for Gary Jennings. Penalty marker down. Gonna call DPI on this one. A fresh set of downs for St. Louis coming up. Yeah, but do be like that era, like from 05 until 2011, we'll say it's like that's like the winning era. Like the Steelers in those years, I mean, it was defense, defense, defense. We're kind of is still now, but it was defense, defense, defense. Yeah, Ben is played fantastically along that era as well. But but it was always the case when the defense started to falter, so did the Steelers. They were not a team that won a lot of massive, especially in the playoffs. Not a team that won a lot of shootouts. Duggan in shotgun back to his left, handoff up the middle for Jarvion Howard, and gonna get stood up at the 1. No gain. The minigun Eagles. No, yes, I need that to be a team now. I think team names next year. I mean, most likely we're getting the Seattle Sea Dragons back. AK Vultures. I mean, it depends where you put teams if bird names would make sense. I doubt we get more bird-esque teams. Give to Howard once again, goes nowhere once again, right back to the line. I mean, yeah, if they're gonna go west with teams, ideally they put a team in Seattle and bring back the Sea Dragons. I would kind of prefer Portland but keeping the Sea Dragons branded, obviously. But I would kind of prefer Portland. But it seems like that we're gonna get teams in Seattle and Ohio as 2 guarantees, and then we'll see we'll see about expansion and the relocation aspect of things and what goes where. But yeah, that's the idea behind a lot of what's to come. DC calls their final timeout before this 3rd and goal. Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, I forgot that Tampa is also looking at potentially getting a team with Tom Brady leading the way. So yeah, there's that. There's Tampa. There's Ohio. There's Seattle. Oakland got a trademark filed for them. So did New Jersey. So we'll see. They have options, but they need to nail the options. That's the thing. The koala bear bamboos, hell yeah. Third and goal. Duggan in shotgun back to his right, looking to throw. Pass right side goal line fade. Incomplete. Looking for Akeem Butler. Not the route there. Shoot up again and get 7 more. It would be hilarious. The opening game for the Tampa Bay whatevers when Brady brings them back. He needs to run out the tunnel with the team wearing the full gear. Opening day, that would be perfect. Yeah, they found a lot of trademarks. It'll be the Oakland Invaders, bringing back that team. Duggan gonna keep it himself on 4th and goal from the 2, and he's gonna get in a touchdown for St. Louis. They get back on the board, but yeah, they're down by quite a bit with 2:12 to play. Tampa Bay Bandits would be what gets brought back, and it would be the New Jersey Generals. Those would be the ones that are brought back. Tampa Bay, Florida, man. And there's so many better names for Tampa than Bandits, but they want to really harken to the whole like nostalgia, 80s USFL team and whatnot aspect of things. 2-point try from the 5. Duggan in shotgun looking to throw. Pressure coming, instantly sacked. DC sent like 7, and 2 got home untouched. So they failed the conversion try. They're down by 2 possessions. It's an 18-point game. You go for the 4th and 12? You have to. The New Jersey Breakers. You take that New Orleans Breakers iconography from the USFL and bring it to New Jersey and lean into the Jersey Shore. That's an option. I mean, yeah, but that's why they can do better than the Bandits. All right, the 4th and 12 coming up for St. Louis, trying to retain possession. Only 3 instances have teams retain possession on this 4th and 12 play. 2 of them were via penalty. In total, it is 1 for 6 on the season. A less successful land booking. That's a good way to put it. Wellness check. I mean, especially since they're most likely going to be playing in Raymond James Stadium in Tampa, you don't want to keep it too similar. I would love it. Absolutely love it if the UFL has a team called the Arizona Coyotes. It is literally impossible because that name is still trademarked by the NHL and still technically a franchise. But I would love it. That would be the biggest fuck you to the end to whoever the owner of the Coyotes was. Pass over the middle on the 4th and 12 is picked off and returned back to the 28. So much for that. Trying to keep this game alive in some capacity. Instead, it's picked off as Duggan took a massive hit while throwing that ball. And it lands directly into the chest of Trey Dean III. Yeah, so they still have a trademark on that. And it's very complicated as to why. So, the Arizona Coyotes, the team is in a standstill. It is on ice. The owner, because it is on ice and the owner is still technically the owner. They moved the team with a new owner to Utah and completely wiped out the history. The Arizona Coyotes history is on ice until either the previous owner of the Coyotes gets a licensing deal done for a new stadium, or in 5 years' time, he gets excavated, he gets kicked out of the NHL ownership and all that. And they completely have the team on ice until they expand. So technically, they're still a team. They're still owned by the same asshole, and he has 5 years to get a land deal done with the state of Arizona to build a stadium there to bring the Coyotes back. If not, the entire history is on ice until the NHL decides to expand again. They will have top bid. But yeah, the Coyotes is still trademarked for a good while. So is the Hartford Whalers. That's also still trademarked by the NHL because I was thinking about making the Whalers a potential team name for a Hartford UFL team. But that's still trademarked, so I decided to go against it. Again, you can 100% have a Native American inspired team name that truly pays homage. No one was really upset about the logo. It was the logo mixed with the team name. You make the Commanders called the Red Wolves. You can bring back the Native American iconography, and in a way that honors the history, because the Red Wolves was a former World War II air squadron that was completely made up of Native American. That's the easiest way to do it. The only reason Dan Snyder didn't do it is because the person who owns the trademark for Red Wolves also hated Dan Snyder and did not want to give him the trademark. It is complicated as hell. Team names is complicated as hell. But there's ways to do it. But we're at the 2-minute warning, by the way. It was a 2-yard carry before the 2-minute warning. Yeah, I'm sure, and I know it's all those reports as well. But the thing on top of it is the fact that over the years, words and names for things are very easily get twisted. And in between the times of all that and when they changed the team name, it was a whole different meaning behind it. And I know this for a fact that it was not named to honor them because George Preston Marshall, the founder of the Washington Commanders, was definitely not thinking of honoring the natives with that name because of how much of an asshole of a person he was. The Commanders' history has a lot of asshole owners. We don't have the Aztecs, but that is a popular team name as well for like fan-made teams. So that's definitely a possibility. 3-4 yard carry there on second down, letting the clock run out now. Yeah, but there's a lot more things that come into play than just that. 3rd and 3, going to be a 1-yard carry there. I'm not a fan of the Commander's name. I'm not saying this because I want to keep the Commander's name. Ever since they announced they're going to change the team name, I was clamoring for Red Wolves. But we'll see how they handle things. But it's one of those situations where it is such a fine line between all the information we have about it. Handoff up the middle on 4th and 1 is going to get enough, just barely. Abram Smith, the second effort gets him across for the first down. And all we need now is one more knee down. That's fair, Bob Flash. That's fair. Maybe yeah, it's a very like the Mexico City Aztecs is a very popular created team name, especially in 2K. Like that, I think that's one of the generic teams that 2K has for expansion and relocation. Alright, so actually saying that Abram Smith did not get the first down, and thus St. Louis has the ball. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the Commander's name at all. I much prefer to call them the Commies. It's good because it's funnier. Like it's not a good name. I like them to change it again, but they're not gonna anytime soon. I don't think. Handoff up the middle, and that should do it. Jarvion Howard is the final play of the XFL Conference Championship game as the clock continues to tick down. About an 8-yard carry. Yeah, I saw that 2K25 is free on the monthly games. I'm tempted to get it. I probably won't though. The only reason I would get it is to do 1v1s, and I know Toasted is not getting it anytime soon. But there we go. Clock winding down. The UFL Championship is set. for Saturday at 8 p.m. EST. The DC Defenders and the Michigan Panthers will face off. We're gonna have a new spring football champion. Who will it be though? DC looking for their get back after losing the 2023 XFL championship to a 6-6 Arlington Renegades team. The Michigan Panthers, they're back here for the first time. They're here for the first time. Gonna have a long ways to go. Gonna have a very tight matchup to try and claim their first championship. Should be a fun one. Yeah, the Washington. I plan to do a video that fully dives into all the NFL logos and the history behind them. That video is planned. I need to start research on it, but that's a video that's planned for the off season. And I'll also be ranking all the logos, so you'll see my thoughts on it all. Yeah, the XFL conference champions, the DC Defenders, the playoffs, Defenders and the Panthers in 6 days' time on Saturday at 8 p.m. EST. This was a really fun playoffs. And yeah, there's so many logos with a lot of lore. It's gonna be a long video for sure. That logo one, but it's one I want to make. I have a bunch of other videos being worked on now as well. Very, very early predictions would be I have the Michigan Panthers winning. I'm gonna have a whole video going up in a few days. That is a proper preview of the championship game. So I'll go into more detail onto why the Panthers then, and if I change it, I'll explain why. But yeah, it is 9:30 p.m. We lasted this longer because of a delay, or before the XFL championship game. But that'll do it for me today. Again, video goes up in a few days to preview the championship, and I'll be live on Saturday. That might be the last live stream before we begin things off with the NFL, but we will see. Thank you all for tuning in. Appreciate everyone who stopped by. Have yourselves a damn good one. See you all next time. Peace.